I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council. Today is Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. The time is 11:34 in the morning. This hearing is a little different than our usual hearings, as in this is a presentation by the mayor with regard to her proposal for the fiscal year budget for fiscal year 2025. We do have a hearing like this every year where the mayor comes, and I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, for being here once again in person to present your budget. A little different than past years in that we did not get the budget a couple of days ago. We just got it this morning, so there was not the usual mayor council breakfast on a Wednesday and a couple of days for the public and everyone to see what's in the budget. We have 70 days under the Home Rule Act to consider and adopt a budget for next fiscal year. That 70th day will be June 12th. And we have a schedule for our hearings and our actions. So beginning tomorrow, April 4th, committees will start having hearings on the proposed budgets for the agencies under their purview. Beginning April 4th, concluding on May 2nd. That's when the committees will be having their hearings. That schedule is available on the council's website, and it will be published in the Register. Because of the delay in our getting the budget, the schedule had to be redone, and so it is just now going to be published in the Register. But again, it's available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The last committee hearing is May 2nd. When's the hearing for the committee of the whole, the big one?
The day after,
May 3rd?
yes.
So May 3rd, the committee of the whole will have a hearing on all of the legislation related to the budget. And I hate to put it this way, but that's our official hearing on the budget. There are a number of legislative measures that the mayor submitted that are related to this. So we have, in addition to the Local Budget Act for fiscal year 2025, there's a supplemental budget act for fiscal year 2024. It's not called supplemental, it's called something else, but that's what it is. There's a Budget Support Act. There's a Federal Portion Budget Request Act. That's at least 4 measures that we will have a hearing on May 2nd. And I will volunteer for all the council members who are committee chairs that folks who want to testify on any relevant portion of any of those bills before the committees when they're having their hearings, the public's welcome to do that as well. Committee markups are the week
8 through 10.
May 8th through May 10th. That's the committee markups. That's a Tuesday through Thursday. And then the council will have a work session that we have in the chairman's conference room, but it is televised. That's on May 15th. That's theoretically when council members roll up their sleeves and we discuss as a group the council committee recommendations and other concerns that members have regarding the budget. First reading on the budget will be May 29th. That's a Wednesday. Second reading will be 2 weeks later, June 12th. As I said, that is the 70th day. The Budget Support Act gets a first vote on May 29th, and the second vote will probably be June 18th. But I believe our schedule says to be determined. The first order of work for the budget office is getting the Local Budget Act ready for enrollment. And there's a lot of back and forth with the chief financial officer's office. And so that takes time. And that's why the Budget Support Act is second reading, final reading is delayed a little bit. So we have from the mayor proposed revisions to the current year budget. That's what I referred to as the supplemental budget. And then we have from the mayor her proposal for the budget for the operations of the district government for fiscal year 2025, which begins October 1st of this year and ends September 30th in 2025. There's an operating budget. There is also with that the capital improvement plan, also called the capital budget. That's all part of the Local Budget Act. And we will be, the council committees will be looking at all of that. I think I'm going to leave my opening statement with that. Each member has 4 minutes, and because if you do the addition, that works out to close to an hour, I'm going to hold folks to their clock. So if you have a statement that you wrote and you didn't time it and it's over 4 minutes, I'm going to bang the gavel and ask that you conclude. I'm also going to call members in order of seniority. That seemed to be a suggestion yesterday. Whether members knew that or not, it seemed to be a suggestion yesterday from this side of the dais. And I hope I've got the seniority correct. So first would be Councilmember McDuffie, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everybody. Good morning to the mayor, CFO, and your staff who are also here and members of the public. The proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan is entitled A Fair Shot, Strategic Investments and Shared Sacrifice. And I'm cognizant that we're facing a tough economic climate. However, I believe that the residents I speak to every day will believe that these sacrifices need to be shared equitably throughout this budget. Yesterday, we made a significant fiscal commitment for downtown's future. However, I believe there are elements of this budget proposal that go further than necessary for places and projects that have already received incentives and exemptions from district policy goals over the past few years. Roughly 24 hours ago, we heard from the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development about the preliminary terms of agreement for the $515 million investment for Monumental and Capital One Arenas modernization and expansion. But now I see that the budget and financial plan, at least the documents that I were able to review last night and this morning, show us investing an additional $5 million in that same project. So that's a floor of approximately $520 million for Monumental and for downtown. And while, as I said yesterday, I support keeping the teams here, I think it's absolutely essential we do that. We know that the investment in downtown is critical to the district's future growth. I also think it's important that we understand in this budget what that means for residents, for small businesses. Just by way of example, to contrast that, there appear to be some cuts to programs like Main Streets. And I think it's important to understand what that means for those small businesses along those Main Street corridors, many of whom are struggling to stay in business and to keep workers employed and to provide goods and services in our neighborhoods. Shared sacrifices cannot disproportionately be shouldered by lower income residents or smaller businesses. Shared sacrifices cannot be disproportionately shouldered by those folks who need help the most. And so I'm gonna make sure that we are spending the next couple of months evaluating this budget, holding hearings, hearing from residents, hearing from small businesses, hearing from the executive, hearing from others who care deeply about the District of Columbia, about how we can reach a budget that is indeed sharing the sacrifices and recognizing the need to take care of the least among us. No matter how many times baby bonds is cut, and I want to thank you for actually not eliminating it. I mean that sincerely. I know we had some challenges last year. I appreciate the call that we got this morning. The proposed 63% cut to the program, I still think does some harm. And I think it takes away the opportunity to chip away at that stark racial wealth gap that exists here in our nation's capital. And so no matter how many times that gets cut, I'm gonna fight to try to restore that funding. Now more than ever, we cannot abandon our efforts to make our city more racially equitable and more economically inclusive. So I do appreciate the sacrifice you've had to make, but I do look forward to working with you over the next several days and weeks on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds will be followed by Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I just want to say thank you to the mayor for getting us this budget, and thanks to the CFO for doing a double look at the budget for accuracy, make sure that all the numbers are there. And that's very important this year, as when we do a quick glance of the budget, we recognize that there are motivations for increase in revenue. And I'm sure that's something that the public is very concerned about. You know, where does it come from? And how will we be using it? But we also know it is a necessity in order for the budget to be balanced this year. We are still recovering from what has transpired across the world. And the District of Columbia is doing its best to move forward with the resources that we have. A lot has happened in our community, and as such, we endeavor to move forward. And I say we because that's all of us, certainly all of us in this room and all of us across the city, whether we are a resident or a business or an institution. This is about our hometown, where we are and what we have to do to stay afloat, because without our government, we would probably not have a town. And the town is so precious to us that we always endeavor to make sure we have that. As you and I know, in years past, we focused on housing everyone and social services. And then most recently, we focused on public safety. And thank you, Chief and Deputy Mayor, for being here and on the front row so that you can be visible to everyone, because some of the changes that we're beginning to see are very important. And so now we can say proudly, we are now down to the nitty-gritty in order to anchor our town and to move forward. We are now talking about how does everyone have meaningful life and contributions to the community, and that's through workforce. So I'm very interested in what this workforce budget will say today. So Deputy Mayor for Education, I hope you are too, because I know a lot of it is right in your vest, and I see I'll say I call her the czar of jobs, DOES director. And so we're gonna push harder for making sure that DC residents have an opportunity for jobs, and that DC residents can retain their jobs, and nothing but hugs and kisses to the seniors out there. And if you want to be a senior, we'll invite you, because you'll be lucky if you get there. I'm telling you, because this is the good life. And yes, I'm using this moment to really send out love, because it's so easy to talk about and criticize where we are not and where we think we should be. And I learned something from the dinner the other night with the chairman as we were sitting there. It was designed to be a peace dinner, but it really ended up being a more strategic issue dinner. But we want peace in this community, and I'm sure the chairman will speak to that. And my time is up, and thank you all for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Nadeau, who will be followed by Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Chairman, Madam Mayor, Budget Director Reed, CFO Lee. Thank you to you and your teams for your work on this challenging budget. As Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations, it's a high priority for me to ensure that our most critical workforce is protected. That includes the workers who pick up our recycling and trash, collect leaves every fall, clear snow every winter, and sweep the streets every spring and summer. All essential government functions I know residents will feel acutely if they don't have the staff needed. In the lead up to today, I have emphasized the importance of preserving investments in these services and workers, and that includes the new positions I funded for parking enforcement, booting, and towing, work that has taken on increased importance as the front line of traffic safety enforcement. We also cannot let up on investments in public safety, including funding of policies the council has recently passed with much effort. I strongly support the mayor's $200 million commitment to WMATA. Public transit is non-negotiable and must be frequent and reliable. Headways on Metro and the bus are better now than they've been in years, and ridership is breaking new records. And one other thing I have repeated in the lead up to this budget is that progressive policy, fiscal responsibility, and economic growth can be achieved all at once, as long as we have the right approach, do good work, and have some courage. I've been a consistent champion of progressive revenue-raising policies to support essential programs for our residents. In 2021, I led on the Homes and Hearts Amendment Act, which taxed the district's highest earners for affordable housing for more than 2,000 residents. It also increased pay for early childhood educators and created the universal basic income. Unfortunately, this proposed budget guts all three of those investments, rather than looking at how to maintain the base of services we have through other means. It also cuts the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children for the second or third time, I believe. With all the other disinvestments in early childhood health and safety, I seriously question how that's a wise decision, especially since there's no longer an equivalent ombudsperson at CFSA. There's no better time for program evaluation. We should be taking a very close look at what's working and what's not, even if that results in elimination to what seems like good ideas. It's also not the best time for rolling out big new programs, with some exceptions, of course. On that note, I want to take a very careful eye to those new investments the mayor is proposing. I agree with Councilmember McDuffie's sentiment. It strikes me that the pilots and new programs for downtown or businesses may be doubling down too far, just as we're seeing deep cuts elsewhere. The mayor's budget does include real proposals for new revenue for the first time in many years, but it still feels like there's a desire to make any tax change go practically unnoticed. We're looking at slow, 0.5% increases to the sales tax rather than using our current opportunity to make bold changes in our revenue structure that also makes residents better off. What's also unfortunate is the fact that we do not have recommendations from the Tax Revision Commission on our desks right now. This should have been the moment when we could consider sound and well-analyzed recommendations for not just increasing the district's revenue, but making it resilient and less volatile for the future. It seems that the Tax Revision Commission has reversed that whole arrangement and is now looking to the council to see where the political chips fall before final recommendations are made. I ask that my colleagues and the chairman consider that reality and take the best of the work the Tax Revision Commission has done so far. If the spotlight is back on us, now is not the time to sit on our hands. Thank you, and I look forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Allen, who will be followed by Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Mayor, thank you very much for being here, to your whole team. I know that it's been a tough couple of months as you have put together a budget that is difficult. I'm tired of hearing tight budget, but we've heard it, and it is one of the toughest. I will say that, though, that I don't think I've ever seen budget cuts this significant, being around for a while, both as council staff and as a council member. We've got to commit to downtown. We've got to commit to WMATA, but every choice has consequences. I know, and everyone in this room and listening should know, we have to make some tough choices, but we should be evaluating who are these choices for? Are they equitable, and are they shared across our city? I'll just jump right in by highlighting some of my major concerns. I look forward to learning more about them and talking with you as we go through this. I'm deeply concerned that this proposal slashes our budget for climate priorities. It redirects money for programs that would otherwise be going for low-income homeowners to now pay the energy bills for the DC government itself. Putting those costs on utility ratepayers on our bills instead of linking those to actual health and safety improvements and using them to balance the overall budget is deeply concerning to me. In a year with continued high traffic fatalities over the last number of years, taking our automated traffic camera fines meant for funding safer streets and then severing that connection between a ticket and safety improvements. I want to hear more about how we're going to use this budget to actually make our streets safer while we see an 8% cut in DDOT's budget. The budget increases sales tax across the board for everyone, but then cuts the earned income tax credit for our working families, meaning this budget is proposing to raise taxes on those low-income households twice, once at the sales tax and then a second time when they file their taxes for a rebate that they are owed. This proposal invests heavily in downtown recovery, as I do believe it needs to. But I also then see cuts to our Main Streets program and local business support. I'm consistently hearing from our local businesses outside of the downtown they too are struggling and they deserve the same attention and support. And I want to help understand more about what this budget does to help support our local businesses. For example, how are we helping along the H Street corridor, which needs more help from our city? I'm very concerned about the decision-making around ending support for our childcare subsidies and staff. I think it'll have serious consequences for low-wage workers and families, as well as other working families that depend on that childcare. And I'm confident of how the proposed cuts to access to justice, that's our funding for lawyers for low-income residents and eviction, domestic violence, senior issues, are going to decimate our local legal services community. We're talking cuts of 40, 50, 60% to legal aid. This council took a decade to right-size that budget and is going from 30 million down to 10 million. To everybody, there aren't easy decisions, and let's not pretend that there are. They're very difficult decisions to think through. I think we're gonna have difficult choices to make, but I know as I go through this process, I want to be able to dig in and evaluate how and who all these choices are going to be for. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Robert White, who will be followed by Councilmember Vince Gray.
Thank you, Chairman. As we gather for this critical budget hearing, I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns that are weighing heavily on the minds of our residents. As we sit here in this chamber, there are families across our city facing tough choices at their kitchen tables. Decisions about how to pay rent, worries about their kids' schools losing teachers, and concerns about putting food on the table as essential support dwindles. We're facing a somber reality with our budget, and it's essential that we recognize that. But it's equally critical to acknowledge that this year presents us with the largest budget in DC's history. This contrast is stark, and it demands our attention and urgent action. Over the past 24 years, our budget has grown every single year, including a staggering 55% budget increase during Mayor Bowser's tenure, with a budget growth of $7 billion and an addition of 10,000 employees over the past 10 years. It's perplexing that we're still grappling with many of the same challenges we faced 10 years ago. I'm looking at how much money we're spending and how much the government has grown, and I just don't see what problems we've solved with all of that. This begs the question, where is the breakdown occurring? The problem is clearly not a lack of money. Let me illustrate with a real example. Kafini, a single mother with a young child, recently got an eviction notice from her landlord. She reached out to the city for help. Emergency rental assistance costs about $6,000, but she didn't get that. They were told that they couldn't get help until they were homeless. So Kafini and her child ended up in a shelter, costing the city about $80,000 a year. This isn't just financial waste. This is a human tragedy. Similarly, our education system illustrates another aspect of this issue. Despite spending on average $24,000 per student, our neighbor, Montgomery County, Maryland, achieves 15% higher graduation rates while spending $6,500 less per student. With 53,000 students in DC public schools, this translates to a staggering $345 million. $345 million that could be used for more teachers, after school and summer programs, and housing. These examples exist across government, and they highlight systemic inefficiencies that mere oversight hearings won't rectify. We need fundamental reforms embedded in our budgeting process to identify and address wasteful spending. The mayor is proposing 4 regressive tax increases. How can we ask residents for more without demonstrating concrete plans to eliminate wasteful spending and deliver tangible improvements? In this budget, we have to focus on results so that every dollar spent results in maximum value to our community. To achieve this, we need budget accountability reforms. The budget accountability reforms we need include: 1, a comprehensive review of spending across the entire government to root out waste and inefficiencies, freeing up resources to invest in critical programs and services. 2, accountability-based budgeting to ensure that agencies are laser focused on achieving clear, specific goals that directly impact the lives of our residents. And three, transparent budgeting to provide the public and the council with a clear view of how all tax dollars are being utilized. The council must make these reforms. Historic revenues have not solved the problems. This means we have to commit to bold and decisive action. We have to envision a city where every child receives a quality education, where every family has safe and affordable housing, and where every resident feels safe and can access support and resources they need. I'm seeing a lot of
Councilmember.
that in the Housing Committee. The time for transformative change is now. We can build a brighter future together by working with our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Vince Gray, followed by Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you very much. I'm looking forward to the mayor's presentation of her budget, and we'll look forward to her presentation as well. So thank you very much. I'm going to reserve additional questions for efforts as this unfolds. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Trayon White, followed by Councilmember Pinto.
Good morning, to my colleagues. I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, your team, the CFO, and all who went to play the hand in delivering this document to us today, which is, we know that our budget is a more document that shows what we care about for the upcoming fiscal year. As we convene today to embark on this critical task of reviewing the fiscal year 2025 budget for our city, I'm both humbled and honored to serve in this capacity. We know that we are a diverse yet resilient city, but we know we have a city with a diverse and range of issues and problems. We are still in a housing crisis. I like to use that word because when we say what it is, we put the emphasis, time, and energy in fixing it. We still have a growing public safety crisis in our city. And so as we know this is to be our more document, I want to make sure that as we delegate our resources, that we are tackling those critical issues that face the lives of everyday people in the district. And as we delve into the intricacies of this budget and its allocations around policy, let us remain steadfast in our dedication to serving the needs of all constituents, particularly those who have historically been marginalized and underserved for decades in our city. I approach this budget with an open mind, with optimism that we, even though we have different views on how this budget will be divided up and given away, that we all believe that this is a city that we love, that we want to make better. And so I look forward to diving in it, and seeing where we are to ensure that there's equity and inclusion during this budget oversight hearing. And I look forward to working with you and my colleagues and address some of the critical needs in the city. I apologize, I could not be there in person this morning. I had one conflict with two, but I do want to note the $20 million for ERAP emergency rental assistance, which I believe is still not enough to addressing the crisis we're in. As we've seen over the last 3 cycles, it has been a challenge trying to address the housing needs for many residents. I want to also address the earmarking of $129 million to modernize and construct recreation community centers, $87 million to modernize and renovate public libraries, and the $600,000 for the second advanced technical center at the Whitman Walker Clinic at St. Louis East Project. And I know there are many more things that I can dive into, but for the sake of time this morning, I wanted to thank you and thank my colleagues for the work gone into this, and we look forward to making our city more equitable over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Pinto, followed by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and welcome, Mayor Bowser and CFO Lee, City Administrator Donahue, and Budget Director Reed. And congratulations for submitting this budget today on behalf of district residents that makes many strategic choices and investments. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank and welcome so many members of your team and cabinet, directors, agencies, deputy mayors, chief, and staff who are really instrumental partners to us throughout the year on serving district residents. So thank you for all you do. As we embark on this next budget, I want to first start with my enthusiastic belief that the state of the district and the future of DC is strong. That together we can and we will make critical investments to serve our residents and our businesses. I recognize the acute budgetary restraints that we're facing due to declining commercial property tax revenue and the expiration of pandemic-related federal emergency relief. And with that in mind, the requests that I shared with Mayor Bowser earlier this year focused on what I believe are our most pressing needs: public safety, housing, small business support and downtown revitalization, education and youth support, public health and senior services, and reliable and affordable transportation. I want to thank Mayor Bowser and her team for focusing and prioritizing these needs and priorities in your proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. I particularly want to highlight 3 investments I believe must be at the forefront of our plan to move the district forward. First, public safety. Funding the Secure DC Omnibus is critical to preventing crime, ensuring accountability, and improving our government coordination. I am very pleased to see that Mayor Bowser funded many important provisions in Secure DC, including funding for safe commercial corridors, pretrial detention, and the private security camera rebate program. I will be working for full funding and implementation of the over 100 interventions that work collectively to make meaningful improvements in public safety in our city. And of course, there are many provisions in Secure DC that don't require funding and are already in effect. I also want to highlight that as of today, violent crime in our city is down 20% year to date, which really illustrates how important continued investments in these strategies are that we know work to make our district residents safer. Thank you. Additionally, I'm glad to see that this budget fully funds MPD's requests for hiring and retention and makes investments in OUC call takers, violence interruption, and victim services. I'm concerned about proposed cuts to access to justice grants and will work with my colleagues to understand the potential impacts and to support this important investment. Second, downtown. The council and the mayor took a strategic and important step with Monumental Sports this past week to move forward with keeping our Wizards and Capitals here at home at Capital One Arena. As a substantial tax revenue source for district-wide initiatives, the economic viability of downtown is vital to the district's financial health and ensuring we can make meaningful investments across the district for years to come. I want to thank the mayor for fully funding my bill, the BEST Act, which will streamline the business licensing process, reduce cost barriers to entry for business owners, and demonstrates DC's commitment to being the best place in the country to do business. I'm very pleased that this budget proposes investments to support conversion of spaces for more productive uses. And third, Metro. The district's economic future is keenly tied to the success of WMATA, serving residents, workers, and visitors across the city. I support the district's $218 million commitment made in the mayor's budget to help WMATAs close this gap. I want to note that as we think about ensuring our young people are engaging and attending school, we must invest in evidence-based literacy instruction, and I'm grateful for the investments that this budget makes in that. Look forward to hearing from thousands of residents for this process. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Henderson, followed by Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Mayor, and to everyone. I'm going to focus my remarks on one issue because it's the one issue that has been weighing on me the most. Like Councilmember McDuffie, I think it's interesting that this budget is titled Fair Shot, Strategic Investments, Shared Sacrifice. And I do a little bit disagree with the shared sacrifice part because it feels as though we are proposing to balance this budget on the backs of Black and brown women in the childcare sector with the elimination of the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. I didn't anticipate getting emotional. There is no other group of women who we are saying. We told them there is a career path for you in early childhood. Go get your associate's degree. Go get your bachelor's degree. But now we are telling you, you have to go back to making minimum wage. There's no other group who we are saying, yes, you take care of the workforce's children, but you should not be able to provide for your own. So we're gonna have to take back healthcare coverage. There is no other group from whom we are saying, we told you to trust us. We told you we would not let your businesses collapse because it is important to our economy and to our community. But we're gonna have to go back to either raising the cost on families or you're gonna have to shut it down because everyone has to do some part in shared sacrifice. I don't know how many different ways to scream it or to say it. Childcare is not just about education. It is an economic issue. It is a workforce issue. Any economist will tell you childcare businesses have operated in this broken market for years. It doesn't work. Low workers, wage workers, high cost for consumers. The idea that the second person who knows that you're pregnant in this city is the person who does the admin for the wait list on the childcare center, because that's how early you have to get on. And somehow we've limped along for years with minimal government assistance, and then the pandemic hit and the bottom almost fell out. We watched across the country, over 16,000 centers and homes across the country closed. Hundreds of thousands of women left the childcare market because the math simply did not work. And here in the district, we said, no, we're gonna do something different. A week ago, I was on a panel for the National League of Cities. They were asking us to tell DC's story on early childhood education. We are the envy of the country. It's not perfect, but the suggestion that we go back to square one and say, let the market work it out is disappointing, and we have to fix this or the market will fall apart. Getting rid of the pay equity fund, reducing the childcare subsidy, abandoning, I think, this critical work to try to make it work for providers and for families, I think is at odds with our overall goals of what we claim to care about in terms of the comeback in the economy. If you want people downtown, if you want people in their offices, there has to be a stable, affordable childcare system in order for it to all work. And as the chair of the health committee, I'm concerned for the health and the well-being of our babies, of our parents, of those working to care for and educate DC's next generation, and for the economic best interest overall of the city. And so I hope that you all will continue to work with us on this to achieve a stable childcare system because we need it. And let me remind everyone in the room, when we say it takes a village to raise a child, the village is not just your family. It is the institutions and the systems that have the power to support the efforts of making a working family exist and work. So that also means us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George to be followed by Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bowser, CFO Lee, members of the public, as well as members of the administration, especially the Facilities and Family Service Cluster Directors. It is good to see you all this morning. We knew coming into this hearing that the budget was going to be a tough one to navigate. None of us are surprised that there are cuts. And we've all had to, and there are choices that have had to be made. And I think we all recognize that no one is going to get everything they want in this budget. No one. We never do. But we do have to make choices in the budget and make sure that those budgets are not, those choices aren't hurting the people who need us most in the district. Before I address my concerns, I want to start with things that I'm happy for to see, especially for Ward 4. I want to say first, I'm thrilled to see funding included in this budget to build a swing site near Whittier Elementary School so students can remain in their neighborhood during their upcoming modernization year. This is a great investment in a growing neighborhood school that will also be used to address overcrowding at Ida B. Wells and Coolidge across the street. So thank you very much. I'm grateful to see funding capital projects like Emory Heights Recreation Center and significant increase to the capital improvement plan for Upshur Recreational Center. Our parks and recreation centers provide meaningful enrichment opportunities for our young people and for our seniors, and we want to ensure that they have safe and clean spaces for people to spend time together. $12 million for targeted for capital improvement across our DPR portfolio is great, and I look forward to digging in to what's more there. I'm also especially happy to see the investments in WMATA. That is critical to the success of our entire region. Areas that I have concerns and hope to have a productive discussion today. And these are areas where we see cuts. And one thing the mayor said to me last year, I thought was really meaningful. She said, the budget is with you now, council members, so you got to figure it out. So when I highlight these, I'm saying to you, these are the things that I plan on working on. First, I added funding in fiscal year 24 for a library on Kennedy Street. You all know an area that is a documented library desert, but also an area that I grew up on, a street that I grew up on, and has more liquor stores and carryouts than it does have investments and resources. We've done a lot of work there. The public safety cluster has shown up. The health cluster has shown up. Everyone has shown up, and we've seen substantial improvements. And so I noted that we've eliminated funding there, and we went so far as to propose a BSA subtitle, preventing it from moving forward. I am going to be a champion for bringing this back. I know we have champions for downtown, and I agree we need a downtown. But again, I say this all the time. There is no neighborhood. We have to focus on our neighborhoods and our investments there. And so that'll be a focus for me as we support our commercial corridor. I'm concerned about gutting the pay equity fund for early childhood educators. I and many of my colleagues fought for this. The district will never come back without higher incomes for early childhood educators and reliable childcare centers. And that is just one of the things that we cannot compromise on, a choice we cannot compromise. I want to thank Councilmember Henderson for speaking so clearly about the cost of these cuts. One thing completely eliminated in my family services sector is the independent office for the Ombudsman for Children. We just appointed a new Ombudsman for Children who is phenomenal. My colleagues in community asked for an independent office that would help investigate and recommend best practices for children. And now is not the time to go backwards there. There were significant cuts to the access to justice funds and elimination for the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, especially concerning. Both provide critical service for survivors of domestic violence, from housing to legal services, and many survivors need these resources to stay safe. Domestic violence survivors are 55% of the families who are homeless in the district, and they depend on resources like Virginia Williams as well. So thank you to the mayor and all that had presented this budget. It's now for us to get to work on this budget, and I look forward to getting to work and trying to make this a fair shot for all of us in the district, especially our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Fruman, followed by Councilmember Parker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Mayor Bowser and your team, CFO Lee and your team for getting us to where we are today. Yesterday, we voted on the $515 million for downtown, and in the theme of strategic investments, I 100% support that effort. We need to bring downtown back. It's the workhorse that can support our city. We need to be making investments, long-term investments in prosperity. That's a critical thing, and I applaud you for pursuing that. We also, in recent months, we passed Secure DC, and in your budget, you're adding significant dollars in the public safety realm. And accountability is also a critical priority that we have to pursue. So investment in long-term prosperity and investment in accountability, we need to do both of those things. But we also have to invest in opportunity. It cannot be that we do just those first two things and don't invest in opportunity. And there are lots of places in this budget where it feels like we're not doing that. One place that doesn't exactly fit, but in DBH, it looks like we cut 4 million something for mental health supports in schools. And we add 4 million or so for the critical response teams to support MPD. It feels like we're not going to help them in the classroom. We're going to catch up with them later on the streets. It's not entirely fair, but there's a choice there. And we need to be helping these kids in the classroom, in their schools. And that's not the direction we're going. The Pay Equity Fund, this is a critical thing. We can't let these people down. It is central to the long-term success of the city. others of your budgets, they had, it wasn't strategic investments, shared sacrifices. It was pathways to the middle class, as I recall. And we can't forget that. We need to create pathways to the middle class. We have to work to hold up those who are struggling the most in this city. It's now over to the council. It's over to the council, but we'll be working with your administration and the agencies. Let's do work together to get to a place where we're addressing all of these needs and not just those first two, because if we walk away from the effort to create opportunity, we're going to fail long-term. So let's work together to make sure that we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker, followed by the mayor and the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the mayor, the CFO, and staff for your work on the proposed 2025 budget. The proposed budget speaks to shared priorities and shared sacrifices. And at the outset, I must say, many suggest that there is a choice between economic development and investment in district residents. We all should reject this false choice. I will be laser focused this budget cycle, ensuring that when we say shared sacrifice, that it truly represents all major entities in the district. I am fully persuaded that we must explore how our large nonprofits, including hospitals and universities, do and give more to DC. While these entities don't normally pay taxes, there is a way to implement payments in lieu of taxes to ensure that there is truly a shared sacrifice in this budget cycle. And to be clear, any revenue generated here must go towards reversing the critical cuts that my colleagues have already spoken about. What's more, the shared sacrifices within the budget are not fully spelled out, but they include the elimination of the pay equity fund for our child care providers, which for me is a non-negotiable, a reduction of the child care subsidy, critical supports for families across the district. The budget also includes a sales tax that is regressive, and an increase of the paid family leave tax that, and we should all be very clear about this, is not going to be spent on family leave. On first look, I support the mayor's proposed investments in WMATA, our schools, and the future of our downtown, but I am concerned that the proposed budget does not reflect adequate investment in the true driver of our economy, district families. In my view, the proposed cuts to the pay equity fund, to the earned income tax credit, to emergency rental assistance and other services do not prioritize our families at the levels they are deserving. Our Ward 5 commercial corridors are left behind while we spend hundreds of millions of dollars downtown. And I also do not see meaningful investments to reverse decades of environmental injustice, the consequences of which have fallen hardest on Wards 5, 7, and 8. I appreciate that the budget appears to maintain important capital investments in Ward 5, including the modernization of 3 of our elementary schools, small capital projects at several other areas within the ward, the construction of a new library, important overhauls of recreation centers, and an investment in road safety on New York Avenue and Bladensburg Road. I also appreciate investments for world-class World Pride in 2025, but believe we can and must do more to support vulnerable LGBTQ youth. The submitted budget, of course, is not the final budget, and I look forward to working with the mayor's team as well as colleagues to ensure that we put forth a budget that truly represents shared sacrifice, but that does more to meet the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
So let him take this one. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. That concludes the statements from members. I think I had indicated earlier, I'm planning on 2 10-minute rounds for members to ask questions. I'm going to start with the Chief Financial Officer. If you would begin, and I think we have copies of your statement.
I believe so.
I do. Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you.
And
Good
good
morning,
morning.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Glenn Lee, Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before you today to testify on the fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2028 proposed budget and financial plan. I would also like to take this opportunity to provide remarks regarding the district's financial landscape and the factors that are likely to affect the local economy during the financial plan period. As outlined in our economic forecasts over the past year and shown on the graph displayed above or here, annual revenue growth over the planned period is expected to be modest and remain below the rate of inflation. Remote work is the major driver of this phenomenon. The global pandemic necessarily changed the patterns and requirements for in-person gathering. And although the pandemic has ended, the patterns and requirements, the reality of remote work remains, as the graph shows. Its impact on the central city's economy is significant. In the district, it is the major reason for fundamental changes in our tax base, including the deterioration of commercial real property market and the declining rate of growth in sales tax revenues. Additionally, its steady persistence results in fewer daily commuters, less demand for public transportation systems, loss of ridership revenue from WMATA, and increases pressures on district resources to maintain service levels. It is within this challenging context that policy decisions have and will be made. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer worked closely with the Mayor's executive leadership team, the City Administrator's Office of Budget and Performance Management, and agency program staff to produce a balanced budget and four-year financial plan. This proposed plan reflects the administration's funding priorities and determinations. After careful review, I certify that the fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2028 proposed budget and financial plan is balanced. I would like to thank Mayor Bowser, the Office of the City Administrator, the Office of Budget and Planning, the Associate Chief Financial Officers and their staffs, the Office of Revenue Analysis, as well as others in the OCFO for their hard work during this challenging period. Working together, we were able to produce a balanced budget. The OCFO team now looks forward to working with the council during the upcoming budget deliberations. Thank you.
Mayor Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am pleased to testify before you today on my fiscal 2025 budget. And through strategic investments and shared sacrifice, this budget invests not only in a safer and stronger DC right now, it also looks ahead 3, 4, and 5 years and includes investments that will accelerate our comeback and increase our capacity to make big investments in the out years of our financial plan. And so while we approach this budget soberly and with financial prudence, we also know that the state of Washington, D.C. is strong. We continue to have a AAA bond rating. D.C. is the #1 city in the country for tech careers and among the top cities for women-owned business openings. We are leading the nation in office to housing conversions. Tourism is rebounding. Our public school enrollment is up 2 years in a row. Crime is trending down, and unlike many of our peer cities, our population is growing. Since 2015, our annual operating budget has grown by 70% from $11.7 billion to $19.8 billion. And our capital budget has also increased by 62%. Over a decade, the value of our commercial properties grew by 44%. And this growth has allowed us to make significant investments in all 8 wards and in all of our people. We modernized 45 schools and 8 libraries, including the phenomenal Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library. We renovated 73 recreation and community centers. We broke ground on a new full-service hospital on the St. Elizabeth's campus that will open next year. We opened the entertainment and sports arena in Ward 8 and Audi Field in Ward 6, 2 wards now connected by the largest infrastructure project in district history, the new Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. We invested more than $1.5 billion into the Housing Production Trust Fund, making us the jurisdiction with the largest per capita investment in affordable housing. We transformed the Walter Reed campus in Ward 4 and are similarly transforming the McMillan campus in Ward 5. We closed down DC General. We opened smaller, more dignified shelters across DC and drove down family homelessness. We used the Food Access Fund and Neighborhood Prosperity Fund to help open more than a dozen restaurants and other food access points in Ward 7 and 8. We use the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund to help local entrepreneurs turn rent payments into mortgage payments so that they can stay and grow in DC. Our growth and prosperity also supported a strong pandemic response that then turned into a strong recovery and now a strong comeback. The fiscal 25 budget and financial plan is made up of $21 billion in operating funds and $11.8 billion in capital funds. It addresses the reality we're in right now, the confluence of post-COVID economic factors, slower economic growth, the end of federal stimulus funding, significantly higher operating costs, including an additional $200 million in WMATA funding that will grow during this financial plan, and the impacts, as you heard from the CFO, of remote work. Of course, our budget is unique because we are required to have a balanced 5-year financial plan across not only this fiscal year, but the upcoming 4 years. The result of these factors is a widening gap across the plan that requires us to make prudent investments now that change the trajectory of our out-year revenue estimates. In other words, what we do right now lessens the likelihood of the dim revenues currently projected by the CFO. So the big question for this budget is, how do we change the trajectory? We must be smart. We must be strategic, and we must value each of our investments, whether they are efficient and how it moves us closer to the DC that we want 5 years from now. And we must stick together. To help close the gap and make the right investments for our future, we created a set of guiding principles that reflect our values and goals. First, we focus on maintaining and enhancing the core services of city government and preserving programs and services that protect the health and safety of our community. We prioritize programs with track records of success that focus on equity. And for the district's long-term stability, we work to reset spending so that it aligns with our resources. And we focus new spending on 3 pillars: public safety, public education, and the downtown. You will see these values reflected across the budget, and you will also see examples of where we work very hard to save some of the projects and programs that we know are important to you. We were able to close just over half of the gap through good government efficiencies and by right-sizing programs across district agencies. This included eliminating vacancies, negotiating better leases, and even turning off devices that were no longer being used. We also scaled back programs with unsustainable growth, recalibrated service levels, cut duplicate programs, eliminated low priority programs. And in doing so, we looked holistically across the budget as we weighed the impacts of each decision. For example, we weren't able to save the circulator, but we were able to fully fund Metro so that we can avoid painful cuts, build on the progress that has brought riders back to our system, and continue moving riders to and from many of the same points that the circulator currently serves. I also scaled back a program that many of you know is important to me. This budget includes a $60 million investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund that we collect from our deed and recordation taxes, not the $100 million that I have made a hallmark of my tenure. Adding only $16 million to HPTF means that some very worthy programs may not have funding. But we also know that it allows us to invest in other programs that you, in your letters and comments, have shared are a high priority to you, including more funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program at $20 million, more funding for the HPAP program, which will allow more DC residents to get HPAP assistance. But it is necessary, and just like we have done in resetting our public safety ecosystem, we will need to focus very much on our rental housing ecosystem. It needs our attention. In some cases, we also found programs that were previously created to fill gaps in services, but that we no longer need. For example, Career Connections, I created it back in 2015. But now we know with our advanced technical centers, we are better able to invest in the needs of our young people, preparing them for college and career. We are expanding in Ward 5 and opening a second location in Ward 8 and the DC Infrastructure Academy, which will open in a new permanent home at the historic Spingarn High School. With this budget, we are also shifting some funding to the Department of Human Services, so that agency, which already supports many of our most vulnerable families, can play a bigger role in working with families to address chronic absenteeism and truancy. Today, I will also share a legislative package that supports these investments and that will help our community more strategically address truancy and youth violence. So that is how we close half of the gap through savings within the government. In fiscal 25, this saved us approximately $500 million. We looked to see if we could go deeper, but going deeper would mean cuts to programs that I know none of us would like to touch, including Medicaid for single adults. I know that there will be some questions about which programs we chose to scale back and right size, and my team and I will be in the community in budget hearings over the coming weeks to answer these questions. But reductions alone were not enough. In some years, it got us close to covering our base cost and must-fund items, but left no additional funding for the types of catalytic investments that will fuel our comeback. So to close the remainder of the gap, we identified new revenues that will be shared across the community to fill $300 million in fiscal 25. Businesses will help through an adjustment to the paid family leave tax, and we'll take that tax back to 2021 levels to support our human services safety net. And guests will help through a small 911 fee on hotel stays to support increased public safety hiring. And if after 2025, we still have gaps, then beginning in 2026, consumers will help through a modest sales tax increase to support increased metro cost. You know by now that I take revenue increases lightly. I've said very frequently to residents and to our business community that if taxes have to be raised, I'll tell you, and I'll tell you why. And I will be able to assure you that we are putting them to the economic growth of our city that allows us to invest in the programs and services that reflect our values. So I am sure that you have noticed by now that we were able to balance this budget with no property tax increases, none on our residential property, none on our commercial property, and no increases to income taxes. This includes protecting the 2% cap on annual increases in property taxes for our senior residents. We also didn't create any new taxes. The combination of interventions we chose was largely based on two factors. We already know from past experience, for example, the impact of adjusting the paid family leave tax. And second, we have to make the math work. Adjustments to the income tax or property tax simply won't close the gap. For example, raising taxes on high income earners which the council has already done just a few years ago, would only bring in $62 million a year. That's just 25% of what the paid family leave adjustment yields. And in order to raise the same amount of resources through residential property tax, we would have needed to raise the residential property tax by 18%. A tax category where we are currently beating the region. So again, the district is unique in that we must submit a balanced budget across 5 years. No one else does this. We know from past experience that estimates for the out years tend to be wrong. They're just too far away for us to predict what circumstances will be. But because of this, some are burdened by pessimism. I am not. I will always be responsible, and I will always be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. But being responsible should not prevent us from thinking big and being realistic about our ability to change the revenue projection 3 or 4 years from now. As mayor, it is my job and mine alone to propose a budget to this body that reflects the needs, the trade-offs, and policy vision for Washington, D.C. And it is yours alone to consider and ultimately pass the budget. As I said at the outset of my remarks, the state of the district is strong. People want to live here. People want to do business here. And people know that we mean business. And that is what we want. We want to be a city that people are excited about. I say to many people, nobody wants to be a city where people are leaving, businesses are failing. And my hope is that throughout this budget process, we're able to stick together to keep Washington an attractive place for residents, business, and visitors. I am grateful for the council's lockstep partnership on our deal to keep the Wizards and Capitals in DC. And I was proud that everyone recognized what I knew to be true. DC is the best place for an important business and employer like Monumental Sports to create and grow their footprint. Collectively, we recognize the important role that the arena plays in a thriving downtown and our ability to invest in services and programs that support all 8 wards. I know that by continuing to work together, by striking the right balance between investments and sacrifice, and by prioritizing investments that will kick off more revenues for the district, we will get back to the economic growth levels that have fueled the renaissance of modern Washington. 5 years from now, we will look back on this budget and know its impact. But we get to decide today and over the next 70 days what that future will look like. Again, I'm optimistic. DC is a global capital. We lead. Let's keep leading. The world has learned now, never bet against cities, and especially never bet against this one. We are a resilient city. We never give up. We know how to make a strong comeback. But our wins are also not accidental. We're smart, creative, and strategic. This is the spirit of my fiscal 2025 budget. It's smart, it's responsible, but most important, it's a budget that will keep DC the best city in the world. I am grateful to my entire team, my budget team led by Jenny Reed, the city administrator, all the members of my cabinet. I'm grateful to the CFO and his team. And I am grateful to the 37,000 people who work for DC government who never give up either, who show up to deliver for Washingtonians. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Thank you for a very strong statement. And yes, thus we are kicking off the budget season. There'll be 10-minute round for 2 10-minute rounds for questions from members. And I will begin. Mayor Bowser, does the budget that you're proposing include, I'll call it an expenditure or appropriation for replenishing the fiscal stabilization reserve fund?
It does.
And about how much are we talking about?
I think
$217 million.
$217 million. Is this something that you wanted to do?
Well, as you know, Mr. Chairman, we are required, we have some federally required reserves that we are committed to being compliant with. And we have, local reserves that don't fall into that category. And so our impression is that we always want to repay those reserves back and do it in a responsible way. But with the confluence of factors that I've already mentioned for this year, especially, and in FY28 through FY28, we did not think that we should have to do all of it. As you know, it became a certification issue from the CFO later in the process than, was convenient for the way we were preparing the budget. So to answer your question, we had to make later in the process, which is why we're coming to you later, some pretty substantial cuts to the budget. Our decision was to look throughout the budget for, a big programs that needed attention. And that is why we landed with the pay equity cut that we did.
So just to be clear, this is not a budget move that you wanted to make this year.
This was not, and throughout our process, just like a lot of the programs that we may discuss today, we either try to completely save a program or to scale it back in a responsible way, that we can save it throughout the financial plan. Last result is even if we could save it for a year, to watch how our revenues improve throughout the plan.
I mean, let me just, because I haven't said this, but it's my view that the law does not require that we have to replenish the local reserves by an appropriation, that they get replenished or filled by virtue of year-end surplus. That's just my view of it. So I'm just probing to what extent you would agree with that, and just better understand your view about this.
I would agree with it entirely, and that has been our experience. And this is my 10th budget that I'm submitting to the council. And I don't know if the city administrator wants to add anything else.
We looked at that question again later in the process as the budget got tighter and tighter to be able to balance. I went to my general counsel. The fiscal stabilization reserve was created in local law, not federal law. That law was created after the last recession, based on the experience of the recession of 08-09. There is not a repayment schedule placed on it by policy design, because at the time you don't know how long a downturn or a flat in revenue will take. So we looked at that and recognized we had flexibility in the law around how much to repay. However, when it did become a certification issue, we wanted to make sure we had a fully certified budget. So we funded the entirety of it in what we submitted.
Is that a polite way of saying that you were sort of forced to refund it, replenish it?
It was a polite way of saying that the law does not require a repayment schedule. However, there were broader authorities that the CFO identified. And for the bottom line for us, it became a certification question. And we did not want to have a budget that was not certified being sent to you. And so we replenished the fund fully as requested by the CFO.
So you had no choice but to do this.
It would have, we are not allowed to send you a budget that's not
Yeah.
certified, and it would not have been a certified budget
So
had
we're
we
talking-
not fully funded it.
We're talking about $217 million. And did I understand then that the trade-off was what you call the pay equity fund?
As a matter of course, the pay equity fund was one that at the time we were considering whether to fully replenish the reserve. The program was functionally intact when we got the request to be able to do it fully. And we had considered everything was on the table throughout the whole process. So no program was untouchable. However, to give the context, the time that we fully funded the reserve, we had already balanced the budget. We had already raised taxes. So when we had to be able to fully fund the reserve, there wasn't a lot of places to go, given the construction of the budget and what we had already done to it. So at that point, the only thing of equal size in a short time frame was the pay equity fund. We did attempt to be able to partially fund the reserve to be able to sustain the program for FY25 and hope for an upturn in revenue, but that wasn't possible because the request was to have it fully funded in an appropriation throughout the financial plan.
So, Mr. Lee, when we had the act for hearing, my recollection was that there was a lot of discussion about the reserves being at totaling about 61 days. But
51. I think.
my sense is that at this point, it's really a cash flow issue. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. And I'd like to explain if I could.
Sure, but let me just ask, this
Sure.
is cash flow in 2025?
At the end of the
later?
plan, at the end of the plan,
So fiscal year 2028,
27 into 28, absolutely.
Okay.
I'd like to explain.
please.
So in the end, having resources available to pay bills is what this issue is about from our perspective. Why is this true? Well, the reality is within any particular fiscal year, there are points in time in the year where we've spent much, much more than we've collected. Over the last couple of years, that peak deficit within a year is about $2 billion. Typically, that happens about 6 months into a fiscal year before we get our first property tax. So in effect, think of it this way. We have a checkbook of resources or fund balances that we use to pay our bills so we can pay our bills timely and appropriately. And as you know, several of our expenses, if we don't pay them timely and appropriately, it triggers a control board action. So, every year we have within the year points in times where we spend much more than we brought in, but by the end of the year, revenues and expenditures have caught up. What's different now? What's different is that we've had a phenomenally healthy fund balance for years. That's fueled by the outstanding growth in the local economy, population, and whatnot. So we've accumulated a fund balance of about, I think the ACFR said $4.95 billion. However, the fiscal year 24 through 27 budget, and now the fiscal year 25 through 28 budget anticipates spending permanently or roughly half of that, about $2.3 billion. So that means that we've been managing our finances for years, able to pay our bills on time because we had a large fund balance. In effect, think of it as your home checking account that was far more than any particular month's worth of income and expenses. That's changing with the way we've decided to balance the budget for 24 and 27. We're spending about half of our fund balance. What's left over is a series of reserves, both federally required and locally required. Yes, sir.
My time is running out, so I
So
don't
the
want to cut
bottom
you
line,
off, but
the bottom line is that by 27 and 28, without all of our reserves at their capacity, we will have a very difficult time paying our bills at certain points in the year. And so this is about liquidity, having money available.
well, is replenishing the fiscal stabilization reserve fund this year the only way to avoid a cash flow
No,
issue in
our-
2028?
Our condition was to have it repaid by 27. And so I think the plan actually pays for this over time, not just in one lump sum.
Is replenishing the reserve the only way to avoid a cash flow issue?
That's our current estimate because we believe that by 20,
Well, maybe I
Yes.
need to rephrase. So for decades, the city used tax revenue anticipation
Right,
notes, short-term borrowing.
right.
That's an alternative, is it not?
Well, technically it is. It's highly unusual. Our financial advisor that helps us with our debt sales, as well as my own network of major city CFOs, has looked at cities around the country just in the last month and a half and find that virtually none use that kind of technique now to pay their bills.
Well, yeah, well, the city
So-
has not used that technique in 4 or 5
Right.
years, but we used it for 3 decades.
I think it would materially change our financial outlook and our financial stability that then would hinder our ability and access to capital markets for our capital.
Hinder or it,
I think it's,
because-
to be blunt, I think it's a severe ratings risk. If we're in the position of having to borrow $2 billion once or twice a year just to make payroll, and then separately borrow what we
I'm
normally
confused
pay.
because the amount of issue is $200 million. So why would we need to borrow $2 billion? And I'm not getting why it would be a severe, I think you said it would hinder our ability, our access to capital. And that's not quite the same as changing the rating, not that I want to see the rating
Right.
change. So
I need to ensure that we have cash on hand to pay our bills in 27 and 28. The reserves that are in code, either federally or locally, provide enough as an aggregate for us to pay our bill. You are correct. Not refilling this means we have a 220 million less in cash available to pay our bills that we would then theoretically need to borrow for.
This year, we ended the year very tight. The ACFR, as I recall, everybody said was very tight.
Yes, sir.
It was about $100 million in underspending and another couple $100 million in revenue growth.
That's right.
Let's assume that you're right and that your estimates, revenue estimates, are not conservative, but are actually right on target. So we have zero revenue growth, but still we have $100 million in underspending in 24, 25, 26.
Right.
That's 300 million. And we have a financial
Yes, sir.
cliff, if you will, in terms of cash flow.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that surpluses now are used to fund several things, including the use of the contingency fund, which is a mechanism for the district to handle unanticipated expenses. It is part of a reserve established by federal government that we spend a fair amount of each year and then replenish it typically by end of year surpluses. So that typically is the first call on what surpluses we do have.
So to be clear, the issue here is cash flow.
Yes, sir.
I thought in 28, but you're saying end of 27 and in 28.
Into 28, yes, sir. Which is within the financial plan period. That's why it becomes an issue for the financial plan.
And I'm over my time. Councilman McDuffie for questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again, Mayor Bowser and CFO for your testimony and presentation this morning. I'm only 10 minutes around, so I'm gonna try to keep my questions short, and if you all could be mindful about your answers. I have questions for both of you. I'll start with the mayor. In December of last year, you made a $500 million offer to Miami to keep the teams in Miami and the District of Columbia to make significant renovations to the facility. And it was $500 million on a proposed $800 million renovation. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Albert for coming to the council's breakfast yesterday and briefing us and answering questions. Yesterday, she talked about $515 million proposal, which we voted on yesterday unanimously. In the documents that I reviewed for the budget, that number's gone up to $520 million. I think it's important if you can just take a moment to talk about, because what I've gotten is from people saying, I thought we would be in a stronger negotiating position after that $500 million offer in December was declined and the deal ultimately in Virginia fell through. The budget and investments that are being made in certain areas, like the main trees that I mentioned, like pay equity fund, are going down, but the number for the investment to monumental seems to be going up. So if you can reconcile what the idea is in terms of this investment that's being made there, what the economic impact you expect will be, and ultimately where you see the number ending up? Because if you look at the information that we provided, it's going to go beyond the 520 million because of all the other incentives that are included.
Well, let me first say this, and I want to thank you and all the members of the council, and I'll just clarify a point that you made. We made an offer, me with 13 council members, and I appreciate you working quickly with my team and putting your names on an offer and a resolution that would advance to the council. That resolution you voted on unanimously yesterday at $500 million. What Deputy Mayor Albert talked to you about is the agreed upon amount that we came to monumental with at 515 million. And it represents an expanded footprint from what we discussed in December. And that expanded footprint may include what they're able to do to the east and to the south on 6th and 5th Street to expand their footprint a little bit to accommodate what needs to happen inside, as well as the public space that connects, that could connect the arena to the adjacent building.
What about this? I think this perception that you're all in on downtown.
Yes.
Which I think there's a reason to be all in on downtown. You think about the negative impact of the commercial office on our budget and our revenues. But I think it deserves an explanation for at least the people who I'm talking to who are wondering what is in your budget proposal for small businesses outside of the downtown area? How does this budget invest in Main Street's corridors in places like Rhode Island Avenue, Benning Road, and other parts of the city that have been challenged post-pandemic to stay in business?
Well, I appreciate your question, and I also appreciate your partnership in the last several years with the very substantial investments we've been able to make across the city for our businesses, including the commercial acquisition fund that I mentioned already, that I know that you champion, including the food access fund, the bridge funds, and our main streets. And I'll have Jenny talk to you about what is in the budget for main streets. But we can't do everything with this budget. And there is a need to prioritize, and there is a need to look at how we make sure that we have a vibrant and growing downtown. The numbers that we referred to early on and how our revenues have grown over the last 15 years is directly related to a robust downtown, which has allowed us to create the types of programs, not only for our businesses, but for our families and communities. That has led to the renaissance of modern Washington. So we're going to continue to do that. But we have to recognize if the downtown fails, this conversation next year or in 2028 will be very different.
Can you talk about, or maybe somebody on your team can talk about some of the other investments that are being made outside of Gallery Place, right? Because downtown is bigger than Gallery Place in Chinatown and Penn Quarter. And I think it's important to talk about other areas that are similarly struggling with high office vacancy rates that might not be thought about or included in this $500 million for Monumental.
For sure. Let me start with something that we think is going to be transformational, not only for the downtown, but for the people who are living downtown right now at CCNV. And we want to make it a hallmark of my third term to transform CCNV. So what is included here is $68 million. $64 million that will be the city partnering with CCNV to remake it. So we consider that the east part of downtown. If you go to the west part, we also include investments in the public realm study that the Office of Planning proposed. We also include investments in the DC Action report. And I want to thank you for participating in the work that the Golden Triangle bid and the downtown DC bid have done. One key element of that plan is creating a green space. And I'm going to forget what we're calling it now. It's a triangle, green triangle that connects our parks. And so the public parks including the National Park Service parks to link by green space the parts of our downtown. We know that a part of bringing people back to the downtown, especially workers, will include making it a place where people can go and recreate and enjoy the downtown as well as go to their offices. Oh, and Jenny will comment on the main streets.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council member. So the mayor's proposed 25 budget does include $7 million to maintain our investments in our main streets and our Great Streets program. It also includes $2.5 million for the commercial acquisition fund to continue that program. As Councilmember Pinto noted in our opening remarks, it fully funds the BEST Act, which helps streamline and reduce costs for businesses, both new businesses and existing businesses. And then there's also significant investments in unlocking parcels of land across the district outside of downtown for economic activity. So for example, continued investment in the Fletcher Johnson parcel, Poplar Point, St. Elizabeth's, and activating parcels there as well as Hill East.
I'll circle back on my second round with some additional questions about what was just shared. But I do want to ask the CFO, if I could briefly, about I saw the OTR compliance initiative where it appears the Office of Tax and Revenue is going to implement some compliance initiatives that would generate an increased sales tax revenue by $13.1 million over the financial plan.
Yes.
If you could
Yes,
speak
we
to
have,
that.
yes, we have, we're constantly trying to improve, but there's been some initiatives that have been supported by budget actions over the years, and that's now as well. So yes, sir.
But what, I mean, I guess it's any more detail you can share about it though, because it suggests that it was proposed in the FY24 budget that had to be deferred due to reduced personnel budget. If you can peel back some layers on what's actually happening to generate this revenue.
With a couple to three additional resources, we're able to focus on transactions that when we've audited before have found to have relatively less compliance for our sales tax and other tax laws. So our focus is to concentrate more effort in that particular area where we've seen these patterns.
Yeah, I'm gonna, okay, I'll pick up where I'm leaving off right now.
Thank you, Councilor McDuffie. Councilor Bonds for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks again for being here. I want to have a couple of days to take a look at this great pain, to be very honest with you. But I'm very struck by my colleague who's concerned about the fund, the pay equity fund. And that's what I wanted to ask a question or two about. The reserve fund replacement, you're saying it's 217 million. All right. So I want to understand with the paid family leave. So you got three little buckets on the table now. Paid family leave. We moved from the 0.26 back to 0.62, which is, we added 0.36 basically. So does that increase take us to the 217? Or does it
I think the
raise even more?
I think the mayor's staff should respond to you.
I'm happy to. So that fund goes back to what it was a couple of years ago,
Right.
0.62%. That is used in our financial plan in the existing budget to balance the budget and help support the increase in costs we've seen in our social safety net. So it's not funds that were used for a new program as much as making sure our core programs remain funded.
I do understand that. What I'm trying to understand though is this 217 million, which is the issue as you kind of described it. How are we with this how do we get to finding the resources to replenish that as it relates to those items that where we're at where we did what I call the disinvestments? I'm thinking about how do we get to this pay equity fund? And I'm trying to understand when you say that paid family leave is moving back to this 0.62, it's currently at 0.26. What is this 0.36 doing? How are you spending it? You have said it's to pay for various programs. I'm trying to understand how much of that 0.36 is going to pay for the pay equity fund.
None of it is, council member.
None of it is.
The adjustment to the paid family leave is helping us balance the budget. And particularly with the increases in the number of human services programs that currently have stress in the current fiscal year and have increased cost. And we could go across all of the TANF programs.
Well, the reason
I'm sorry, the human services programs.
Yeah, I understood that it was across many,
Mhm.
I'll call them barriers, because that's what we're trying to do. I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to maybe this 0.36, because that's the amount of increase that we're talking about, to get to the 0.62. I'm trying to figure out, are we saying that if we were to increase paid family leave, which would require a change in the law, because currently the ceiling has to be 0.62, but if we were to add another 0.26 or 0.36, what would we get in the way of revenue? And the reason I'm asking, because this particular program helps with, yes, childcare. Childcare is important to the growth and development of jobs. And
Yeah,
so I
so-
see it as something that we should be concerned with.
So this is how I would respond, council member. We know the experience and the impact and how the market responds to the paid family leave tax at the rate that we're proposing right now, because you just approved the same rate just a few years ago. And we did not see a negative impact because of the implementation of that tax. If you go above that, then we're in uncharted territory. So as I see it, if the council is going to address the paid equity fund, then you would have to, it would be my recommendation to identify other cuts.
And I appreciate that.
And more than that, if I could say, you would also, I would strongly recommend that you look at the status quo of the fund, because the way it stands now, the growth of that fund is unmitigated. And so it has to be looked at carefully if you intend to make cuts in other also very worthy programs to do that. I would further say that if you were looking to cuts, that you shouldn't be looking to what we call catalytic investments, investments that spur other investments, either from the private sector or that further our economic growth and development by creating jobs or increasing revenue.
And Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. But my perspective is just on the other side. My perspective is that through DOES programs and some of the other jobs training programs and the WIC in particular, we put a considerable amount of money, I believe it was $23 million last year in programming where we actually paid the businesses to train DC residents. And it tells me that there is a desire to do more, because they said the money we spent was really, we got three times back what we contributed in the training package. And so I'm now looking at employment as being an arm of economic development.
Of course.
And as an arm, that means that we have to include the businesses, and I'd like to see them give back a little more. And I think this tax is a way that they can give back. We're going to use it in a meaningful way, but I'm trying to figure out the numbers. And that's why I was speaking to the CFO, because that's where I wanted to understand if we increase the tax, well, I don't have to use 0.36. What if it's 0.10? What if it's 0.20? In other words, I think there may be a stomach for that within the business community if they know that the dollars are going towards programming that is actually going to help businesses grow in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Allen. I'm sorry, Councilmember Nadeau, and then Councilmember Allen.
It's really a toss-up in terms of seniority, but I'll take it this time. if you don't
No.
mind. Thank you.
I'll explain it sometime.
I do get sworn in first.
Right.
Okay, let's go. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your presentation. I'm going to jump right in because I know we're trying to be very diligent on our clock. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to the DPW workforce. For example, the budget appears to cut 15 customer service FTEs at the agency, 31 FTEs from public space cleaning, in addition to other cuts, for a total decrease of 107 FTEs across the agency. As the agency providing some of the most essential services to the district, I'm worried about how these cuts will impact services. Can you speak to that, please?
Jenny.
Thank you for that question, council member. So one of the things that we did as part of this budget development was we took a hard look at vacancies across the agencies and how long agencies have been carrying those vacancies. So typically what happens is that we have agencies that have carried a number of vacancies for many, many years, and they just build them in as vacancy savings. So it makes it look like the agency is much larger and has many more people than they actually need at that moment in time.
I'm going to pause you there because I do understand that. But DPW had 91 cuts last year. So these aren't necessarily ones that have been sitting around. They're ones we had to restore because they didn't think they could fill them. And now they're actually filling them.
They are filling them. They still have vacancies that they can fill. What this does is basically eliminates the vacancies that they typically hold for vacancy savings. And then you reduce the vacancy savings. So it doesn't appear that they're carrying a lot of FTEs that they're never going to fill because they're being asked to hold them for vacancy savings.
Doesn't someone force them to hold them for vacancy savings normally?
I would say that agencies, as part of their budget submission, submit a certain amount of vacancy savings in order to achieve reductions. What we are trying to do is make it easier and more straightforward for the public and for everyone else. And what is the true level of vacancies that they're actually carrying, rather than this sort of artificial vacancy savings that makes it seem like they have hundreds of people that they can't hire for.
How is this going to impact the fact that they've been trying to reduce overtime spending by filling full-time positions?
Yes, so there, like I said, there are still vacancies within the agency that they will still be able to fill. I think, as you know, DPW is unique in that when it offers its positions, it has to offer them internally first. And then they can offer them outside. So that means that a lot of their vacancies just happen to sit there for longer. Because of the sort of unique process that they go through. We made sure, for example, in this budget to include funding for all of the ARPA positions, about 84 positions that were started with federal funds that help support our building blocks residents. Those are now on local dollars and back in DPW's budget. So DPW still has the ability to hire, they still have vacancies, but they have just carried a level of vacancies, and this is true in other agencies, that are unrealistic. And we need to make sure that we can be more transparent about what they can hire on. And when they need more, we will provide them more.
Okay. I was happy to see there's funding to continue the curbside composting pilot, which I love participating in, and I know a lot of people are excited about. Is this enough to expand the program or just maintain current service levels?
It's currently maintaining current service levels.
And does this set us on a track for DPW to bring it in-house?
It does not.
Okay. Thank you. Can you talk about the role of the new 40 community safety officers and what they're going to be doing?
Your question again, council member?
The role of this is a different topic.
Okay.
The new community safety officers,
Oh.
40 community safety
Okay.
officers, and where will they be?
So the idea of the 40 community safety officers is part of a civilianization effort that happens throughout MPD to try to have police focus on work that only police can do. It is a really innovative, I think, evolution of a longstanding civilization practice. And that is to have community safety officers, they are not police officers, to be able to be deployed in community, engaging in work that an officer might typically do, but is not inherently a police matter.
Like what?
We're still working on the details of exactly what, but let me give you a conceptual like what. There may be a request for police service that's not actually police work, but the police are the only ones there to be able to be deployed to do it. It's also not a mental health crisis. It might be taking a report. It might be helping someone who has to file a report. So what's innovative is that these are not back office jobs like often civilization efforts are. It's actually work that's done in community that will not be done by officers with police authority, but members of the MPD that are not police officers.
Will they be associated with specific police districts?
That is still being worked out with the police chief.
Okay.
And certainly by the time of the hearing on their budget, there'll be more detail about that. But that's the intent of the program, and it's a really innovative form of civilization.
One question for Mr. CFO. Is it within the council's authority to change the local law about the replenishment of the stabilization fund?
It is, it's a local law. You can adjust it as you see fit.
Is that something the mayor could have done in the BSA also?
I can't speak to that.
Can I recommend changes to law? I can. And I just want to offer a more fulsome statement, however, because the communication with the CFO is in the way that certification of our budget was threatened. It's my understanding that certification of your budget will be threatened.
Thank you. I was somewhat surprised to see a payroll tax being used to raise $250 million a year, because it seems like we're just coming off considerable heartburn about the payroll increase for universal paid leave. What made you feel like this was the right place to find that revenue at this time?
We, as I mentioned already, council member, we know the experience of toggling this tax. This council has already approved this tax at this level. And when you did it previously, you did it with the knowledge that 2/3 of the benefits would be going out of the city. In this case, 100% of the benefit will be for DC residents.
Thank you. Mayor, you mentioned there are programs that you funded for 1 year only to see if revenues improved. Could you talk about some of the programs you hope to be able to keep, even if they're only one time this year?
What I think I said, or certainly what I meant, was that we think any number of programs or any number of the enhancements, the revenue enhancements that we suggest could be pushed in the later years or could be eliminated entirely if we see revenues improve.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mhm.
I respect what you were saying about reducing Housing Production Trust Fund as a sacrifice to something that's been a long-held priority for you. However, my understanding is that the consistent guarantee of $100 million in the trust fund is important for those looking to invest in the district. Are you concerned about the impact of that cut beyond the dollar amount?
I am generally concerned, council member, but as I said, I also think that it is important that we look at the rental housing ecosystem because it's challenged right now. The infusion of federal dollars allowed us to make huge investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund, actually beyond the $100 million that I promised, I believe, for 2 consecutive budget years. I mean, significantly more. So this is my 10th budget, but we've invested $1.5 billion in the Housing Production Trust Fund. So on average, more than the $100 million. And I think that we also see some other, as you well know, there are other inputs into many of these affordable housing projects that are also burdened right now, and both are needed to make these affordable housing projects work. So I think we need a reset. There is money available for us to fund projects, and we are going to do everything that we can to come back to that commitment next year.
Thank you. Final question. Your proposed budget cuts the Office of Administrative Hearings at a time when the agency is facing an immense backlog of cases. Is there any concern this will impact not just OAH, but other agency operations?
Councilmember, I can answer that question. So the reduction in the Office of Administrative Hearings is vacancy savings. They are another agency that is having difficulty hiring for their positions. We, though, know, like you, that they do have a backlog and they need to hire. So as they demonstrate their ability to hire more quickly, we can adjust that vacancy savings during execution and allow them to bring those folks on.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Allen, followed by Councilmember White.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and to your entire team. I know a lot of people in this room worked very hard on putting this budget together. Naturally, we're not going to agree on every element of it, but I don't want that to take away from recognizing the hard work that went into putting a budget together. So thanks to everybody on the staff. I want to note, I think definitely part of the strong suit, I hope a lot of residents hear this, is within the capital budget. Our operating budget is where we're really feeling the pinch. I think our capital budget, this budget does maintain a lot of the investments the city has been making in our schools, in our libraries, in our rec centers. And I want to note that because I think those are important investments that our residents want to see and continue those investments. So while we have a lot of hard work on the operating side, I do think there's very good news to tell in the capital budget and continued investments in our neighborhoods. So let me switch to the operating because that's where larger number of the questions are going to be around. I'm concerned about, even with a very significant increase in the student funding formula, that we are seeing a lot of schools struggle to be able to fund for the enrolled students and the expected enrollment coming in. I've got several schools in Ward 6 that are losing staff and they're having to fire staff at a time when their enrollment's going up. I've got citywide schools where a lot of Ward 6 families are going, where they're having to fire staff. I'm very concerned about, in a time when we've seen continued growth in our DC public school system, we're making this investment, and yet we're still seeing staff reductions that will be very harmful, I think, to the school community. Why do you think that we are still in a position to have to fire staff inside a school, and what message does that tell our families that we want to keep pulling into DC public schools?
Well, first of all, I am grateful to our public education team, our deputy mayor, chancellor, superintendent, principals, who have done a lot of work. And you asked me about the positions that we have to right size. And when we sat down with these budgets early on, when the early budgets went out to schools, we thought that number would be twice as big. And so what teachers and principals and LSATs did was look at the available funds, just like you're going to have to do, just like households are doing across the district, and prioritizing and making strategic investments. The chancellor provided some guidance that core staff positions had to be protected, but some decisions will have to be made among schools. So I want to be very clear that when I became mayor, I think our school's budget for all DC public schools and public charter schools was about $1.4 billion, is now $2.7 billion. This budget represents an increase of over $300 million for schools. So we continue to spend. The other thing that we should note here, council member, is the increase in the number of school personnel, the number of adults in school buildings since the pandemic. I think the number has been an increase of 1,800 people in the school system in the last 3 years. The number of students has only increased to, I think, 1,600 students. So we have to look at the staffing that we were able to put in schools because of federal dollars that no longer exist, and right size those human resources investments, while at the same time keeping up with inflation, while at the same time having competitive pay and benefits for all of our students. So I'm grateful, and I have a trust in the recommendations that our public school executives have made in advancing very, very good budgets for their schools.
Well, I appreciate that. I've got schools where the principal's deciding to just not have paper so they can try to preserve positions.
Yeah,
And
I'm
you
pretty
tell
sure that's not going to be a problem. Paper, it's not going to be a problem at any school.
I'll invite you to come talk to some of the schools then.
I'm
because
happy
that's what
to.
they're seeing. When a school is going to have fewer staff and fewer teachers, I don't think that's good. And I don't think that's the shared sacrifice we're looking for. Let me keep moving to a couple other items. Within this proposal, you're removing the funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to pay for DGS's utility and electricity bills. This council had passed a ability to have these funds go to help provide support for our low-income households in DC. This is now going to go to pay DGS's electric bill. Why do we make that choice?
Thank you, council member, for that question. So this was one of the difficult choices that we had to look at when balancing the budget. We have a number of laws that were passed many, many years ago where the full fiscal impact of the law is now just being felt. And it wasn't fully and well understood at the time the law was passed. One of those
This was passed just last May.
I'm sorry, not the bill you were just speaking about. I'll talk about, one is the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standards Act that was passed many years ago. So part of that requires the district to buy not only a share of its energy from renewable sources, but also a share of its energy from solar solely produced in the district.
Very well aware of the law. It's the funding choice. We're taking funds away from the SCTF, which our ratepayers are paying. Why not take that from the general revenue or some other source? Why the choice of taking it from SCTF, which was supposed to be going towards low-income households in DC?
Sure. So one of the things that we're experiencing right now, and part of our challenge in balancing this budget, is our electricity usage is actually going down if you compare year over year. But our energy costs will more than double by the end of this financial plan because of some of those practices in place. So we had to look at ways that we could continue to pay our energy bills without having to go back on some of the goals that we set out for ourselves for the city. We looked at areas where programs had not yet started and where there may be federal funding to offset some of those costs that we were now going to use for other purposes. So one of those was the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. It did see a significant increase starting in this fiscal year. The programs had not started. We were facing really, really tough choices and cuts in other areas of the budget. And so we looked at repurposing some of those funds so that we could still maintain our utilities, but also still maintain our commitment to some of our goals that we have set that are now costing the district a significant amount of funding.
Well, you've got DGS funds that are swept and then swept from SETF to pay this. I think ratepayers aren't going to feel the way that you're describing, since they're the ones who are paying for this with a very clear and express purpose to help go to our low-income households. But let me go
But
to a
if I
couple
could,
other
if
items.
I could just jump in
No,
for a
I only
second.
have 2.5 minutes, Ms. Mayor. I want to make sure we can talk about WMATA, something you and I know share a lot about. I did want to make sure I understood for WMATA, because in the budget, the hard work that yourself, the city administrator, the chairman, and myself had worked on to get that commitment for our funding was $200 million. In the budget, I can't quite tell, hoping you can clarify, does it say 218 or 200? What is the
I think
district
it's
share?
217. Jenny, if you could lean in a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is 217, council member. You are correct. Our commitment to closing the fiscal cliff, so to speak, was $200 million. There's a few other moving pieces in there, and we're happy to provide a detailed walk down for you. But the rest of the adjustments are the 3% growth on the year-over-year subsidy, as well as the sort of switch in dedicated taxes.
Yep. I know that one. The issue I'm trying to get to is we had very intentional conversations around making a $200 million commitment when WMATA was telling us it was the 217 or 218. So what did we get in return for increasing our share to the 217, 218?
It's not part of the gap closing. Our gap closing commitment is 200 million.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what clears it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And in terms of the sales tax, to Mr. Lee, is the proposed sales tax increase tied to WMATA funding?
There's not an explicit linkage, but again, I think the executive staff should describe the purposes of their revenue increases.
Okay, but so it's within the budget proposal, it doesn't link the sales tax increase to WMATA.
It's my understanding.
It does not include a separate fund. But I will say that what we contemplate, that when we have a regional agreement, one that we think should be based on each region coming together in an equitable way, that would be our intent.
The sales tax that's within this proposal would go towards the future regional agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why you've set it, because it doesn't take effect, correct me if I'm wrong, but not till 2025?
2026.
2026. Okay. So the sales tax increase does not impact the current FY25
Correct.
budget gap you're trying to close.
Correct.
Got it.
And the sales tax goes up again in 27. And as you know, the surrounding region and the different jurisdictions had always contemplated a 2-year budget horizon at the end of that 2 years of having to have a regional agreement. So we really look at that 1 percentage point increase in 27 as hopefully being tied to a regional agreement.
Okay. I know my time is up. I appreciate it. I should read that as you're viewing this as a prospective investment in the WMATA regional solution.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly how you should read it.
Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. And when you send the breakdown with WMATA, if you'd send it to me as well, please. Next is Councilmember Robert White, followed by Vince Gray.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mayor, CFO, and your teams. I want to start with the Department of Human Services, which is an agency that has been very stretched for a number of years now. During our performance oversight hearing several weeks ago, we found that many of their staff are working overtime to support residents. My two concerns here is one, DH staff are stretched, and two, overtime costs taxpayers a lot more than hiring new FTEs. So we put money in the budget last year to add staff, but then you froze hiring, which meant that DHS had to continue to pay employees more to help people. Over the past few years, DHS has considered steps to recruit more case managers and provide those supports as well. But your budget proposal today includes an increase in overtime pay for DHS staff in the millions and only proposes a 0.4% increase in full-time staff. So if we are concerned about efficiency, there's been years of overtime, hiring has been frozen, and now we're continuing the overtime, which is more expensive. So how are we justifying this as a efficient use of taxpayer money.
Thank you for the question, council member. So, you know, we share your concern about DHS's ability to fully staff up. We have challenges that were particularly became acute during COVID for all of our agencies and being able to staff. I think that what has been unique for DHS is that over that time period, they've been asked to take on a tremendous amount of new work. And so they are being asked to ramp up in a way that's just not feasible, given how long it takes just to hire and train and bring people into the door. We also have significant cost pressures in a lot of the existing programs that residents are utilizing. So that's why hiring gets frozen, because if we did not freeze the hiring, what would happen is we would have to reduce funding for the programs that people are asking us to fund, like ERAP, like permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing. So what we are doing with DHS is, again, they are an agency that also had some vacancies eliminated, but we are working with them to continually bring on people in tranches that will let us also reduce the amount of overtime and sort of slow that curve. It's unfortunately, though, something that doesn't happen in a year. Like, for example, when the mayor took office, the Department of Corrections had a tremendous overtime spending. Through 3 or 4 years of investments, we were able to bring that down to nearly zero. That's the kind of work that we have to do with the agencies over time in order to change that trajectory.
That makes sense as a narrative, but you know, COVID started in March of 2020. We are now in April of 2024. The overtime spending has gone on for years. And even in this budget proposal, you're proposing more for continuing overtime than for increased staff. So we are stuck on this trajectory based on this budget proposal.
So what I would say is that, again, it's not just COVID, it's that DHS was being asked to do a significant amount more work than could really be practically expected to scale up. I think the good example of this is the permanent supportive housing vouchers. We all agree that we need to invest in permanent supportive housing, but we know DHS is still trying to lease people up because the increase was too great in 1 year. I would also say that you can't cut overtime until you start to build up those positions. So you do have to invest in positions and overtime, and there's always going to be an overlap for a few years before you can bring those costs down, because we don't get everybody on board on day one.
So how does freezing the new hiring help achieve that goal?
Councilmember, we had to freeze the new hiring. Actually, when we were stretched because of increased demand on DHS, that's the only prudent thing to do. We already had to dip into contingency to make sure that we were meeting our needs. And we can't, it would be irresponsible of us to continue to hire while we are trying to balance.
Okay, the administration can shift money outside of DHS. I think some of the most acute stress in the government has been with DHS. What I keep hearing is that DHS being told they have to cover these costs within their agency, which they can't do. We're freezing new hires, which means the continued people there are going to continue to get stretched. They're going to burn out. They're going to eventually leave, and taxpayers are paying more money. And we still don't have an on-ramp for many new hires. It's a 0.4% increase in new hires as opposed to millions of dollars for continuing overtime.
We've put before you what we think is realistic and will work for how we hire, when we can hire, and meeting the needs of the agency. What we cannot do is maintain huge vacancy savings if we don't believe they're going to be filled, while at the same time asking our residents to do more.
I agree, but that means we've got to fill those vacancies. So how have funding levels changed for the Department of Human Services between the approved FY24 budget and your proposed FY25 budget?
So the proposed budget for the Department of Human Services is a year-over-year increase. I believe it's about $88 million. I'm going to get you that exact figure in just a minute. The enhancements that were provided as part of DHS's budget included funding for TANF, about $20 million. It included about $30 million for the Family Rapid Rehousing Program. It included about $17 million for permanent supportive housing. It included $21 million for single shelter system reform. So that includes both keeping shelters open 24/7, as well as opening hopefully 2 new facilities in Ward 2 and Ward 6 later this year. But I'll get you the total amount year over year in just a
I
second.
appreciate it. As a percentage, what I'm looking at is 0.9%, so less than 1% increase. And in most recent years, DHS has balanced this budget by reprogramming funding from vouchers that are not being used. Do you expect to continue that next fiscal year?
No, we expect in the 25 budget that they will be fully leased up by the end of the fiscal year with all of the permanent supportive housing funds that they've been given. So we think 25 is the year that we catch up the spending with the allocation.
So next fiscal year.
Correct, in FY25. In this current fiscal year, we are still not able to lease up all of the vouchers. So some of those funds are being used to solve pressures within the agency. There's also about $30 million in the 24 supplemental to help make up for a gap in the agency as well.
Okay, so if we add no new vouchers in the next 18 months or so, we will get through the current number of vouchers that we have. Are migrant services fully funded in this budget, and what do you expect the experience of new migrants entering the city to look like?
It is fully funded in this budget. As you know, is not reflected in prior budgets in the current year budget, so we have to fund for it. The current spend rate on migrants this fiscal year is going to be around $75 million. We budgeted for substantially less than that. The program has done an outstanding job in being able to right size and streamline its work. So we do expect that the Harbor Light facility will remain open. We will still operate likely 1 motel. To give you some context of what that office has done.
This $75 million spend rate is for this current
That's
fiscal
going to
year or
be the
next
spend
fiscal
rate
year?
for this fiscal year.
This fiscal year, okay. In the budget for next fiscal year, it's 39.8
Correct.
million.
So they've done an outstanding job being able to move on. So they've had 3 motels open at the start of this fiscal year. They were able to close 1 down by individuals moving on to their own housing. They believe they'll be able to close a 2nd motel down. That will all bring the costs down. We will still maintain Harbor Light as a short-term option for migrants. We'll still maintain 1 motel, but we'll be right-sizing services. And that lower spend is a reflection of the outstanding work that the team at DHS has done to be able to serve that population.
Thank you. And will SNAP benefits continue to be funded at the current levels, or do we expect people to receive fewer SNAP dollars to purchase groceries in next fiscal year?
The Give SNAP raise was funded with a one-time source. There was not in this budget environment the ability to add that into future years throughout this financial plan.
I was just going to follow up. The increase year over year in the general fund budget for the Department of Human Services is 87.8 million.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Gray, and you'll be followed by Councilmember Trayon White. I understand Councilmember Gray has stepped away. Councilmember Trayon White, followed by Councilmember Pinto.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I did want to ask about the housing issues. I do understand that there was $20 million put into emergency rental assistance program. Historically, we've had issues with this program, Mayor Bowser, and the implementation of the program. I know that some of my colleagues, including Councilman Robert White and Mendelson, have worked to put more money into this budget. But $20 million, as we see today, we see that a lot of the residents, especially all residents of color, almost 100% residents of color, are facing a lot of housing insecurities from those current residents. And then we have other residents coming in. Mayor Bowser, what's your plan to address those residents who are struggling financially, who are behind, and that we have to my thought is rehousing these people somewhere if they aren't able to get their bills paid, which is going to put a deeper burden on the city. I remember we had DC General Shelter with 500 families in it. I know we don't want to go back to those days. And so just trying to get your vision for the housing. And I also respond to the Housing Reduction Trust Fund money, which historically was at 100 million and more, down to $60 million. We have some of these housing units that are falling apart and just in derelict position.
Well, thank you for your question, council member. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of strains in our rental housing market. We have a lot of residents who are going to our programs following the incredible infusion of Stay DC dollars, which was an emergency rental assistance program during COVID. And I think sadly, we haven't gotten back as a city in the rhythm of everybody paying their rent and their utilities. And yet we see more DC residents working and incomes rising in the district. So it is very important for our families that emergency dollars be available. And what I mean when I say that is there are always going to be people who have emergencies and they should be able to go to this fund. This fund is not meant to be an income assistance program or a rental assistance program for your regular bill payment. And so between now and October 1st, I've asked my teams to look at ways to revamp the ERAP program so that it is indeed focused on emergencies. One additional pressure that's been created, and it was with good intention for sure, that during the pandemic, it was virtually all documentation related to emergency and income were able to be self-certified. So we have even lost the ability to help determine what true emergencies are and if people should be able to pay their rent. We have to reset that. We will not be in a position, as I see it, in the very near future to tell everybody, you don't have to pay your rent. And the city is going to be there to pay it for you. So now, while we are kind of base funding, I think from last year was $8 million. And we have increased that base fund to $20 million with this proposal.
And this is related, Mayor Bowser. How do you propose the funds get out the door? So we have issue with that at least on three different occasions. If you could speak to that, and also the Housing Reduction Trust Fund.
Well, you know, council member, I don't know that we landed at the right place. We were trying to make sure to stretch the ERAP dollars so that they lasted throughout the fiscal year. I think we're open for ways to work on that. Here's my concern. The young family that council member Robert White mentioned earlier, I'm concerned that that family wouldn't have access to ERAP in August or in April if we did not spread the dollars out throughout the year. It also shows me that we have to do a better job at ensuring people who need it are getting it, and people who should be paying their rent are paying their rent. So that family who's experiencing an emergency actually has access to the funds.
What about Housing Production Trust Fund money? Can you walk us through that, Mayor Bowser?
Council member, we did a tremendous scrub to look at all of our programs to ensure that the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars that are sitting in the fund now can get out of the door. And I ask all the council members to pay close attention to that as well. Jenny can remind me of the total dollars in the fund, and they're matched to projects. projects that have been awarded and projects that can proceed. But having said that, in this environment, I also know that getting to the 100 million, the difference between the 60 million that's already raised in the deed and recordation taxes would be a significant, barrier, as the Councilmember Bond said, for some council members to get over. I welcome and have been proud to keep my commitment of $100 million each and every year, actually more than that in 2 years in our very recent past. But I also recognize this as a time to make investments in great projects to get to our affordable housing goals, and to make sure that the balance, including our low income tax credits and bond cap, can also support the delivery of these projects. I would like to add, council member, and especially for Ward 8, that we are proud to include the $31 million to continue our commitment to Berry Farms as a new community in transforming the infrastructure and helping to deliver those buildings. I meant earlier to tell Councilmember Nadeau that these capital dollars also include our total commitment to the new community at Park Morton.
Thank you. And on the lines of public safety, I noticed there was an $8.7 million allocated for 40 new community safe officers for MPD. What will these community safety officers be doing different than our current officers? And are these allocated to the school or a particular community?
Well, thank you for that question. And we addressed it a little bit earlier. The city administrator indicated that the chief in her hearing with you will have a more fulsome deployment strategy. But these are not law enforcement officers. They do not have police power. They do, however, will be trained to deploy for some calls that the police are now covering. And they can be deployed in neighborhoods for increased visibility. And they can be deployed to assist our residents in a number of ways.
Thank you. So these will be civilians from what I'm gathering.
Correct.
All right. I did notice in Department of Behavioral Health funding for local mental health and rehab services reduced by looks like $44 million. And I know we are in a mental health crisis before, during, and after the pandemic. Is this accurate? This seems like a very high number.
Jenny.
Good afternoon, council member. I will take a look at what you're seeing in the budget book, but I'll tell you there are sort of two big moving levers when it comes to the Department of Behavioral Health. We added about $31 million to support both rate increases as well as increased utilization of Medicaid services. That is somewhat offset by some additional compliance work that will be done around the telehealth space, where we feel like there is maybe some abuse of the services. And so overall, there is a net increase in funds to support behavioral health. I will follow up with your team to see specifically where you're looking at so we can explain that delta to you.
Okay, and then also on the lines of community prevention and early intervention was reduced by 139. This is concerning because the prevention and being proactive measures is critical in turning the community around. So we can get back to me on that. I see I'm about to be over my time, but I wanted to put that on your radar. I have a list of things. I know 10 minutes is not enough, but I'll send it to your office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I lost my lineup. Councilmember Pinto.
Have the lineup memorized yet?
No,
Thank you.
getting there. Followed by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you again for this proposed budget. I want to start with some questions around public safety, which I think continues to be the most pressing challenge facing the district. And we are optimistic to see some of the trends going in the right direction and want to make sure those investments continue. how does this budget contemplate staffing for our public safety agencies, both with MPD, but also with DOC, DYRS, OUC, to ensure that we have sufficient staff to handle these important issues?
So, council member, before I answer that question, because I want to be specific about where the trends are going. You already mentioned year to date, from last year, we're down 20% in violent crime. Thank you, to everybody in the government, our families and communities in this council for stepping up to the plate. It was about a year ago, I think, that you and Councilmember Parker and I stood in Turkey Thicket and talked about the emergency that we needed to get done. And I'm grateful that many elements of that emergency passed in Secure DC and other priorities of yours. Homicide is down 31%. Assault with a dangerous weapon is down 32%, and robbery is down 14%. And within the robbery category, carjacking is down, I believe, almost 30%. So that the interventions we put in place are working, and we need to continue to put our foot on the gas to ensure that they maintain. And so I wanted to turn to Kevin to talk a little bit about our other funding priorities.
When it came to staffing at the public safety agencies, they often have mandatory staffing ratios. So what we looked at for those agencies that were able to maintain their staffing levels, like fire EMS, we wanted to make sure they were held even. There are agencies that we know need more staff or are understaffed. That would be the Department of Corrections, DYRS, and OUC. So for those agencies, we add staffing. And in the case of DOC, we add actually in this fiscal year money that they can use for attracting officers to be correctional officers. Probably the largest jump that we'll see once with the implementation of this budget submission is the number of call takers and dispatchers. The budget we submitted to you will allow us to have 111 call takers and 114 dispatchers. That's 51 people per shift over 4 shifts. So that will be the biggest increase you'll see in our budget.
Thank you very much. And in terms of Secure DC, I'm thrilled to see a number of the components of that omnibus funded. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, many of the items don't require funding because they deal with criminal law changes or other agency changes. But can you highlight how the funding for the Safe Commercial Corridor grants will work and how much funding was put into that program?
So council member, the Safe Commercial Corridor, I believe it was $2.8 million was the investment for fiscal year 25, and that will be in the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice agency.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So as we think about downtown and our needed investments, I do want to make the point that while just like with public safety, we are starting to see some improvements and some great news come, that doesn't happen by accident. And we need to continue these investments for what we need to see now and for the long-term success of the city. Part of my bill, the Recovery Act, which lays out a framework for recovery for downtown, includes specific incentives for types of businesses that we think are especially important downtown, including urgent care, child care, and grocery stores. And so can you articulate your broader vision for downtown recovery that will ensure that we can have an equitable return to the office and bring more people downtown?
Yes, I think our key priority areas here are in the office to housing conversion, which is a high priority for us. Having underutilized office space in the downtown is a drag on the economy, and we want to make sure that we are, instead of staying focused on those office workers for those particular buildings that they may not come back to, we should have residents, or we should have restaurants, or we should have hotels. And so that is key. We've also heard quite a lot from the property owner community in the downtown, that steadying and having a more stable tax environment for the increases moving forward would help them better attract capital to reposition those buildings. So these, we think, are investments for the long-term health of the downtown and the value of downtown properties.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
I'm very pleased to see the investment in the BEST Act as we think about retaining our businesses and residents downtown, but also attracting new businesses across the district. I think this is going to be a really important investment. I do want to ask you about literacy support for our students. We continue to see very concerning rates of not enough of our kids reading at grade level, even by grade 4. Only about a fourth of our students are reading at grade level. And so a few years ago, we funded a task force to look at literacy investments. And one of the recommendations is around teaching our teachers how to teach reading because it's not necessarily intuitive. And so I'm pleased to see a $2 million investment for high quality instructional materials for literacy. But can you elaborate on how you are thinking about literacy and how you're thinking about the recommendations of the literacy task force to get to full implementation?
Well, I think that's a huge investment, especially in this budget environment. And we place a high value on literacy. And on the very positive side, our kids are rebounding from the pandemic in terms of their ELA achievements in ways that kids are not rebounding in other districts. So it's something that we should be very proud of.
Okay. Is there a funding in this budget for instructional literacy training?
It's part of the 2 million.
That's part of the 2
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So a couple specific line items I wanted to ask about. There's a $21 million line item towards the health services contract budget for quote, good health and to live in a good environment. Is that funding going to be used at DOC? What is that intended for?
Yes, that is to, it represents what we think will be an increase of our healthcare cost.
Okay, will any of that funding be able to be utilized for the improved nutrition standards for folks at DOC and the hospitality training program contemplated and passed in Secure DC?
Yes, so I think the way we are approaching that, council member, is not exactly in the way that's laid out in Secure DC, but we have the ability for, and I'll ask Jenny to weigh in on the training that DOC will be able to implement. And we also contemplate using capital dollars to create a training kitchen at the new jail, which I am happy to report. We continue to fund and will be on track for FY27 groundbreaking, which is a remarkable investment.
And council member on the contract, so the $21 million is related to the healthcare services based on the adjusted population size. We also are working within DOC's job training dollars to carve out funds for the hospitality training program. And then as the mayor mentioned, we will be looking at creating a full training kitchen for the hospitality program in the new correctional facility.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, our 30 seconds left. So there seems to be a slight increase in funding for victim services, which is especially important as we think about the impacts of crime has on victims and also on domestic violence, which continues to be a very disturbing trend in the district. How did you think about the Let me rephrase in our final 10 seconds. I'll be working with colleagues to think about the access to justice funding and the duality of need for victim services and access to justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Henderson, followed by Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with asking about some of the required funding that we were able to put in. I noticed that we have some significant investments in the retirement system funds for both police, fire, and for teachers. I'm curious, what was the driver and the increase? I don't know. I think probably the CFO is probably best to.
Most important driver was recognition or response to the market losses that those funds had about 2 fiscal years ago. The way you tabulate the value over time of how much investments a retirement fund has is basically a weighted average over several years. And so there was a dramatic loss. And as we, every year, we're still recognizing that loss more or less. Also, there's been impact with different increases to wages, which is a normal part of reaction as well. And so I think primarily it's a result of just recognizing the investment losses.
Do we anticipate that this is going to be a growing trend or that it will stabilize?
I think the expectation is that contributions will continue to go up, but not as much as happening this year. And I believe that that is the case, right, Jenny? Yes.
Yes, this was the big jump.
Yep.
And then there's more modest growth year over year in the out years.
Right.
I will just flag to the CFO's point, we are up for renegotiating all of our collective bargaining agreements. Wage changes that we make as part of those collective bargaining agreements will affect those retirement contributions. So all of that will have to be factored in to the collective bargaining agreements.
Okay, thank you. Sort of speaking in terms of, I know where we're trying to see more workforce grow in these particular areas. I noticed that there's a $17 million investment in technical education, specifically around health careers. I'm curious if you wanted to speak more around some of the goals around the Advanced Technical Career Center and this the healthcare clinic that's going to be opening.
No, absolutely. We feel very good about what the ATCs mean for our high school students. And for those who don't know, we opened the ATC at the Penn Center and with the former Penn Center in Ward 5. We have students from around the city who go for specialized training and courses that are not offered at their high school. In our partnership with Children's Hospital, we contemplate at the Penn Center that will be allowing children to be trained in the health careers, while residents can also access health services in partnership with Children's Hospital. So we think that's great. And the second one, we want to open with Whitman Walker at Congress Heights, in Congress Heights at the St. Elizabeth's campus, which will also help train their workforce.
Yeah, I know. I think it's great that we're investing in these careers as we look at whether it be long-term care, nursing, or otherwise. We have to sort of create our own pathways here and build those particular pipelines. Sticking on the healthcare, I noticed that we're increasing or proposing to increase the subsidy for United Medical Center by about an additional $10 million. I wanted to ask if you could speak to that, especially since the hospital is expected to close before the end of fiscal year 2025.
Yes, and we want it to close in good shape. So we can't have gaps in service or reduced service or insufficient staffing to operate the hospital at a good level until we open the new hospital.
Okay, and we're still on time?
Yes, well, yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
As far as I know, unless you.
No,
wanna
I don't
tell
know
me
anything
something. Oh,
different.
okay.
No. I was asking for clarity.
Right, but yeah.
No suggestions that there was a delay. Okay. One of the priority issue areas that certainly have been a topic of conversation since I've been a council member has been around school-based behavioral health. Notice that there is a proposed reduction in that particular program. And we don't have all of the documents. So I'm curious if are we retooling and reimagining this program, or is this just a reflection of different types of cost changes?
It's a reflection of different types of cost changes, looking at unfilled positions. However, I'm sure as the budget gets deliberated in committees, there'll be discussion around adjustments to make for next school year.
Similarly, noticed we are cutting some of our school-based health centers that we have at some of our comprehensive high schools. When we look at the data, about 4,600 high school students were served by these health centers right on their campuses. Are we continuing the need and this is just a reduction, or it's hard to tell if we're eliminating it completely? So I just want to give some.
Yeah, so let me just make sure that we're not confusing them with health suites that are in all of our
Yes,
schools.
these are at the
These
comprehensive high schools.
more, they're bigger health, almost like mini clinics.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they're not being used at a level that supports the expense. And so we want to pause and retool that program and come back with a better product for the kids and families.
Yeah, I definitely think that there were some schools that were better than others in terms of utilization. And so welcome to be able to continue that conversation. But since we were talking about health suites, I get lots of emails about school nurses. I know you get lots of emails about school nurses. In terms of the budget that you all are proposing, are we reducing the funding in terms of the school nurse contract or increasing the funding in terms of the school nurse contract?
The funding is flat, and Dr. Bennett, Children's, DCPS are engaged in conversation about how to make the model where we've landed even more effective, to include the best deployment of nurses and the allied health professionals that support schools directly in coordination with a nurse.
Okay. Switching to human services, because some of this stuff kind of overlaps, overlines. This is it's kind of it's not really in my jurisdiction, it's more Robert's jurisdiction. However, DHS is the one that's responsible for processing Medicaid applications and some of the other programs that sort of fit into the health space. And so I have a particular interest in terms of their staffing and their ability to process things on time.
Okay.
I noticed that there are some movements and some positions being eliminated from eligibility determination, the ACE program, from case management. Can you all speak to some of those changes in terms of, at the same time, I think there's been proposed legislation to add some additional responsibilities to DHS as it relates to truancy and other things. And so I'm curious how we're going to handle that.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. So the DHS budget includes both increases and decreases. So you're going to see a little bit of net change there. There are vacancies that are removed from the DHS budget. We did go through a vacancy elimination process where there's about 411 vacancies across the government that have been eliminated. We did not eliminate all vacancies in every agency, so they still have the ability to hire. There is also a new $7 million investment to support what the mayor was speaking to earlier about the truancy intervention. And that is both to support, I believe, about 500 additional youth supported through PASS and 180 youth referred through the ACE program, as well as a set of about 12 to 14 sort of centralized hub for the truancy program so that folks can call in, get resources, get support.
Okay. Mr. CFO, you noted in your letter that there's a spending pressure at DOC this fiscal year due to higher inmate population, but that the additional funding is one time because the executive thinks that this is a spike. This spike is not a trend. I'm curious, are there other investments elsewhere at DOC contemplating some of the changes that were made in Secure DC that we might in fact see a higher inmate population due to pretrial detention?
Well, the council sunsetted the pre-trial detention, which means that we would have to come back to the council, and then that's when the fiscal implication would be discussed.
Okay. Finally, Mayor, in the last little bit here, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to the Pay Equity Fund, particularly the parts around healthcare. I don't know if it was the intention to also eliminate the healthcare benefits that we were also providing for about 1,200 of those workers as well.
So, Councilmember, thank you for asking, and I certainly agree with your sentiment that healthcare is a part of our economic development strategy. We have made supporting families a priority of our tenure. Early on, we created a dependent care income tax credit, for example, that's still in effect that we still fund. We have expanded throughout the years the number of subsidized childcare seats available. We have added childcare seats at public schools to reduce the facilities costs that many providers face. So we have done a lot of things to support families being able to have kids and to work. And the investment that we have made as a city for a number of years now in free pre-K universally is a tremendous investment in our families. And so we recognize that the council made a bold policy decision in investing more in the pay of our child care workers, which I think is important. And you rightly note that many folks in the industry are Black women, brown women who love kids. They probably don't do it for the money, but they need to have the money to be able to live. There are other industries in our city like that too. That we haven't subsidized healthcare for, that we haven't subsidized pay for. And I'm thinking of the mostly Black and brown women, mostly immigrants who are supporting our elderly. We haven't made a similar investment in those workers. We could go and talk to retail workers who support us in everything that we do, that we haven't decided as a city to subsidize that industry or their pay. So I think there are a lot of things that we would like to do as a city that we won't be able to take on. It would not be sustainable. Having said that, I know that we want to keep the commitments that we make. And so what I would strongly suggest is that if we're able to save this program, that we have to look at it and craft it in a way that it can be sustainable. Because this won't be the last time we would have this conversation if this program gets so big that we wouldn't be able to afford it with our current rate of growth.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George, followed by Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you. I'm going to start with my committee first. Mayor, I'm concerned that this budget proposal includes a 3% overall operating cut to DGS and a 15 FTE reduction in DGS's facilities operations program, which covers maintenance for all of our schools, parks, fire and EMS stations, police stations, and other buildings. It's not clear which positions exactly we're cutting. My fear is that that means fewer carpenters, locksmiths, electricians, plumbers, and boiler plant operators to help keep things running properly. So my question is, given your stated focus on providing core services, why are we cutting this program so much, and how will we retain the progress and improvements we're seeing under Director Hunter's leadership?
Well, thank you. And I'm going to turn to Jenny, but I think Councilmember, what you're calling a cut is really a reflection of how we're paying for energy. Instead of directly with the DGS budget, the fund that Councilmember Allen referenced earlier is covering some of those energy costs.
Got it. Okay.
That's correct, council member. There are not cuts to the maintenance for
great.
schools or for our other facilities, nor for the other preventative maintenance programs that we're doing. You are seeing an FTE reduction in vacancies. That's similar to how I described the 411 vacancies across district government.
Okay.
And I'll just flag very quickly that when we look at our budget, 10 agencies make up 70% of our local budget. DGS is one of those.
Oh, I know.
And so it's very hard to go in and make any meaningful reduction there or elsewhere. But it's also really hard to close $1 billion gap without touching any of these 10 agencies that are shown on the screen now.
And if I could just add quickly, the use of the Sustained Energy Utility Fund is permitted for this purpose. And so I just want to make that clear.
Understood.
And I also just want to say on behalf of ratepayers, because I am one, I didn't sign up for an increase in my utility rates last year, but it was imposed. And it wasn't discussed how those increased rates would be used. And I think it's very important, and I beg you to think about when we're putting increases on ratepayers, that the increased water bills, the increased electric bills are having a real impact on how people are able to balance their household budgets.
Understood. Thank you for explaining that. We've made some really good strides in preventative maintenance work. And the investments we made last year really have shown up positively. So I'm happy to hear that it's not coming out of the work we've been doing there. The Ombudsman for Children, it's been a long road. It is in my committee now, and we've worked really hard to get this office up and running. And they've served about 90 families that are trying to navigate the district's complex and traumatic child welfare system. I know it was a hard choice, but I just wanted to hear sort of what your thoughts were on why we would cut this office, especially when we finally got a good leader and finally are serving families who need it most.
Well, I want to assure you that it's no reflection on the leadership. I have no idea who the new leader is, and
Katrina.
I'm sure that, great people want to come to work for DC government, and there are probably other places that personnel can be deployed, but we do regard it as a duplication of efforts and a costly one.
Gotcha. Okay. I want to ask specifically about our seniors in this area. As you know, 12.8% of DC's nearly 90,000 adults are currently food insecure. And DC also has the highest rate of seniors facing the threat of hunger in the nation at about 20%. I think we have one of the highest rates of seniors living in poverty compared with 50 states. I asked that because I know the budget books currently, we chose not to sustain a local increase in SNAP benefits. And so my office is getting calls regularly from seniors. I have seniors who, and because the federal money went down, I have seniors who are only getting like $35 a month for food right now. So a part of the reason the SNAP fight was there was for seniors and their food stability. So I guess my question is the decision to not sustain a local increase in SNAP. What was that decision? Are there any indications from the federal assistance side that there's going to be an increase of any sort? And if not, how are we going to help our seniors have food and that they desperately need?
Well, I think that we all anticipated a one-time increase, and I think that's how you funded it.
That's us.
And we had this discussion. We proceeded with the full knowledge that it was a one-time allotment. We were able, in the discussion, we contemplated adding summer EBT, and I'm pleased that this budget will include an allotment for that. And as we discussed, when we were having the conversation on Give SNAP a Raise, we're open to ideas for making sure that more seniors have access to nutrition programs. And I think that would be a way to accomplish some of what you intend.
Okay. I think that'll be just something we look forward to. I know we'll be able to talk to the Department of Aging Community Living and see what investments we have. But we got to do something because a lot of our seniors really need support. I want to ask about school budgets. Councilmember Allen touched on this earlier, but I'd like to come back to the issue of supplies funding because I know you said there wouldn't be an issue. When I look at the DCPS budget website, includes a spreadsheet with school level information. And right now I count there are 23 schools with no funding for educational supplies, 47 schools with no funding for general supplies, and then 58 with no funding for office supplies. Like LaSalle Bacchus, for example, has 5,000 in their budget just for custodial supplies, but no funding provided for educational, office, or general supplies. What are our thoughts on how we are going to close the gap in those supply areas for that many schools?
Councilmember, I would like to get back to you to make clear in how we work with DCPS and the public charter schools to give assurance to individual schools that they will have the supplies they need.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask, this budget proposal includes a new net cut of about 200 school-based positions. In DC Public Schools, I'm concerned about how we got here, especially for schools with projected enrollment growth like Lafayette Elementary in Ward 4, which is projected to grow by 45 students this fall. I'm grateful that Lafayette's submitted budget is higher than was proposed in their initial budget. So I don't think they have a net cut anymore, but we're somehow still cutting like 13 positions at Lafayette this fall, including 8 general education teachers and 2 early childhood positions and related arts positions. So what happened in regards to that?
There are two factors that impact Lafayette specifically. One is that Lafayette was the beneficiary of a significant amount of one-time federal funding.
Gotcha.
And once it dissipated, it was difficult to be able to have that replaced dollar for dollar with local funding. The second factor is as the city has, based on sound policy research, provided more money in weights to at-risk funding, those schools that have a smaller percent of the population as at risk will not see as great a share of that funding. Lafayette had the combination of both factors playing in the same school, even though their overall enrollment's going up.
Understood. I work with the budget office to figure out what we can do to sort of right size that given that factor. I added funding in fiscal year 24 to acquire land for a new library on Kennedy Street. I know we have a downtown recovery. Madam Mayor, I'm asking for an uptown recovery in the form of a Kennedy Street library. The BSA includes language that would prevent a library from ever being opened. So I just want to understand that, understand why, and why the money has not been spent in fiscal year 24.
Well, council member, I think what I would like to have a meeting of the minds about how we can invest and have a government presence on Kennedy Street. I think you recognize that the library board doesn't want to put a library at Kennedy Street. I think you would also recognize that you prevented the Shepherd Park Library from proceeding.
At Walter Reed.
At Walter Reed, okay, yeah, that would have
location.
been nice, but it's okay. It's gonna be nice where it is too. But having said that, the stalemate has gone on long enough.
Agreed.
So let's figure out how we can invest in a great Shepherd Park Library. The two really aren't related, and what type of presence. And I think we've kicked around some ideas that don't include a full service library, but could include, I think, some of the presence that you're interested in.
Understood. Thank you. And I look forward to working together on both of our neighborhoods and communities, having a resource. Thank you. Chairman, you give me the look. I didn't go over.
No, you didn't. You have
Oh,
25 seconds.
You were giving me the look. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman, followed by Councilmember Parker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I want to go back to some of the back and forth with the chairman earlier about replenishing the fund with the 217 million. So what I heard was that CFO Lee, from your perspective, the critical thing is that it be fully replenished by FY27. And what I didn't understand clearly was how we did it in this budget. Is it fully replenished in FY25, or is the replenishment happen over FY25 and FY26? And if the latter, how much in 25 and how much in 26?
So there's about 100 million for FY25 and then a little over 50 million in FY26 and FY27. And that gets us to the full 217.
So it's not 217 in this year's, in FY25's budget. It's spread over 3 years.
It's spread over 3 years, but one thing I think is important to remember is that because we have the requirement for a 4-year balanced budget and financial plan, it doesn't matter what year you put it in. You still have to cut or raise revenue in order to fund it.
No, I understand. Okay. There's a big investment is 463 million in a annex to the correctional facility. I haven't heard you speak to that, or maybe I'm missing it, but I'm curious if you can describe what that is and why it's as important as it is.
We have, council member, we have been on a pathway to replace the correctional facility I think for the last 9 years. We have had a study group that has worked on it. And we've had a set of recommendations, and Director Faust and his team, along with the city administrator and the deputy mayor for public safety and justice, put forward a plan, I guess it's 2 budgets ago now, where we could replace the annex with a new building so that the DCGL could operate in place while the new facility is being built. And then we can evaluate and I always get the CDF and the CTF. We can evaluate the current building to see if we need that capacity.
Oh, so this could be a replacement. This is the replacement correctional facility, hoped for replacement correctional facility. If after it's done, you decide that you don't need the
Yes,
existing
we
capacity.
expect to maintain a new facility in the current facility, but we can evaluate how it would be used.
Okay. A different thing that you referenced in passing was the green triangle downtown, and I'm not sure I can envision that. What is that you're talking about there?
I'm not going to do it justice, but it was presented in our public realm study. I'm not sure if we could put it up on the screen, but we can definitely get it to you. I don't know if it was in public realm or the DC Action report, but I'll ask Jenny to talk about it.
Sure. So this is an area, as the mayor mentioned, in the public realm plan. So it's Lafayette Park, McPherson Square, and Farragut Park. And those 3 together make the green triangle. And so there's investments in about $10 million in the capital budget that will allow us to make investments in all 3 of those areas, similarly to how we did with Franklin Park, right? To activate the uses of it and make it more used all year round. And then we'll also be trying to green the area to make it the green triangle.
But it's not creating a green connection between them. It's 3 dots of green. I mean, that's not a criticism of it. I'm just trying to understand it.
So the idea is that the streets that connect them would be greened as well. So it really would make a green triangle anchored by those 3 parks.
But they'd remain streets.
Trees,
Yeah.
flowers,
Gotcha.
landscaping.
All right, thank you.
We have
very
a
much.
beautiful aerial where you can see it
All
also.
right, well, I will look for that after this.
Okay.
The pay equity fund, one of the things, a super important thing, but also a feeling of a broken promise. And I'm worried about another place where we're moving to a teacher apprenticeship approach for the pipeline, and we're ending the Grow Your Own program. But we have people who started down the path of the Grow Your Own, enrolled in college, or part of the way through. And what are we doing about them? Is there money in the out years that funds the promise that we made to those folks?
So council member, what we are looking to do is shift how we use our resources from the Grow Your Own into the teacher apprenticeship program. So we'll work with those students who are currently enrolled in the Grow Your Own program to maintain their existing commitments through the funding we're investing in the teacher apprenticeship.
So we won't strand those folks. We'll take care of those folks, and then we're pivoting to a new approach going forward. Another thing that's very important to me and very important to many people, including your administration, is out of school time. And you have 27 million in the budget for out of school time. Is that recurring funding? One of the things that's so important is for the entities that are in that space to know that this is something that will be funded over time. Is that 27 million just in FY25, or is it recurring through the financial plan?
The majority of it is recurring, about 6.8 million of it, which was one-time money last year, was replaced with one-time funding this year. But it's our anticipation that that will continue through the financial plan.
Okay. Another thing that intrigued me was $5 million for an arts hub downtown. And that's another thing that, I'm trying to envision. Do you have an idea of what that's supposed to be? It's hard to imagine we buy a building and do something like that, but how are you thinking about that Arts Hub operation?
Well, this has been in our meetings and the deputy mayor's meetings with our arts organizations. We spent a lot of time talking about sports, but let's not forget the arts and culture that drive people to our downtown. Frequently people forget, and it's probably because we don't say it enough. We have the most theater seats in the United States of America outside of New York City. And so the arts are a tremendous driver of people coming to the downtown and coming before a show or after the show to patronize our other businesses. What we recognize is that other arts organizations would like to be in the downtown more as well, to take advantage of the thousands of people who are attracted to the downtown because of sports or entertainment or cultural activities. And so we anticipate being able to use underutilized spaces, whether they are retail spaces that are vacant or office spaces that are vacant, to create that hub. And it's also a benefit to organizations that don't have a lot of back office or don't want a whole building or don't want the overhead associated with it, but would be really vibrant participants in a hub.
Okay, so it's not, it strikes me as sort of like Artomatic, where you have an underutilized building and then we support having an arts program there for a period of time, and it's $5 million set aside to do things like that.
It could be like Artomatic, or it could be fewer established organizations that are using it as a hub or base of operations.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you sort of philosophically about taxes, because I mean, you made the point a couple of times, we didn't raise property taxes, we didn't raise income taxes, and we're in a very tight budget, and it seems like you have a commitment that you don't want to see taxes raised. But if you looked at what the relative tax burden in the district is compared to the region,
Yes.
what was your thinking about taking any increase in income taxes or any increase in property taxes off the table, given the enormous needs that are out there?
I mentioned in my statement, council member, that we first look to how we can close the gap. And we are always going to look to what impact we think that toggling any of our taxes up or down would have. And we believe that the paid family leave adjustment gave us a recent history of what it meant to be up or down and not have a negative impact on our economy. So we went there. And also to close the types of gaps that were presented in our budget. You don't want to be doing residential property taxes increases in those amounts. Because what you would do if you did that, if you went there, you would be increasing property taxes for our residents by close to 20%. And still not close the gaps that we need to close here. Similarly, on commercial property taxes, and we have had an experience of toggling that tax rate in the past 5 or 6 years, but our commercial property base is already stressed. So we definitely wouldn't want to go there. And finally, we see the sales tax, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion of that as where we will be eventually with a regional solution for Metro.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, there'll be a second round. Councilmember Parker.
Mayor Bowser, overtime expenses have more than doubled between fiscal year 2020 and 23, from 96 million to 206 million. What steps are the executive taking to ensure that budgeted amounts for agencies actually reflect executive spending on personnel?
Well, council member, let me just go to policing, which probably makes up a big portion of the number that you just referenced. We should have 500 more officers. And until we get them, we're going to have to spend on overtime to have the deployments that we need across the city. And so that's largely a big part. I think that staffing at DOC probably makes up another big one. Any other big one? And at fire and EMS.
Okay. I note that you've dedicated $5 million in one-time grant funding for World Pride. Also of importance to me, you dedicate $250,000 for World Pride Black LGBTQ plus history program, which I interpret as funding for the bill I introduced with that same goal. Can you speak to what this investment for World Pride represents and how it will help spur business activity for the district?
Absolutely. And when this comes to your hearings, I know members of my team are going to be able to give you a full rundown. But we competed globally for World Pride and we won. We sent a team to Australia, which hosted the last World Pride, to see how they did it. We, of course, will do it. We want to do it bigger and better. And we see it akin to our investment in bringing the All-Star Game to Washington, D.C., where thousands of people from around the world will be here to celebrate Pride. So will be an event that fills hotel rooms and generates activity. It will be an event where people host parties. So that will generate catering activity and renting of hotel suites and ballrooms. People will probably host fundraisers for causes. Again, more hotel rooms, more ballrooms registered. People will hire makeup artists and hairstylists and dance troupes and fill our theaters. This is exciting for Washington. You got me. Okay, you get where I'm going.
I got you going.
So
It
the
is a big
return
deal
on
for the
investment is tremendous.
Yes, it is a big deal for the district, and I appreciate your partnership in making sure we have a successful World Pride. I wanted to quickly turn to a few specific Ward 5 items. I haven't been able to confirm whether funding for 2 parks in Ward 5 have been maintained. So if your team could tell me, one in North Michigan Park, one in Carver Langston. Last year, funding an amount of $800,000 was granted. And while your team is looking to confirm that, I would just say we've moved very slow with the relevant agencies trying to get this money out the door to bring about the park in North Michigan Park. As you know, that community has been fighting for more than 10 years. So can you just yay or nay, was funding protected for those parks?
Councilmember, these were parks funded in the current fiscal year budget
Last year's FY20, yes.
for
FY24,
FY24. Yeah,
yes.
we did not sweep or take away from any existing
Great.
DPR projects. So
Great.
there's there.
Mayor Bowser, on the record, do I have your commitment to make sure we bring about these parks in fiscal year 25?
You have my commitment to deliver on our capital budget. And so,
Absolutely.
yes.
And I would just say again, not trying to cast blame or shame, but the agencies have moved very slow in bringing about those 2 parks. And so I appreciate your partnership, especially for the park in North Michigan Park. Ivy City, I want to note.
And are you saying that because my father is listening?
Yes, and I'm sure he is cheering at
He
the
will be
TV.
very focused on North Michigan Park.
Yes.
And my mother is listening, so she will want to know that we're going to deliver a park. What did we end up calling our new park on North Capitol Street? Reservoir Park in the coming months.
Yes. For those watching, the park in North Michigan Park will be at Riggs Road and South Dakota Avenue. And will be
a new park.
A new park.
Oh, okay. So you're not talking about the Riggs, the North Michigan Park Community Center.
No, a new park.
Your playground.
A new park at the corner of Riggs and South Dakota.
Oh, okay. Let me check on that.
And I appreciate your partnership and making sure we get that money out the door. Ivy City, I want to thank you for maintaining funding for the Carmel School. And in fact, it seems like there was a $7 million enhancement, if my team is noting that correctly. And then I have one question for Fort Lincoln. I note a $7.5 million investment to DPR to renovate the park, including new gazebos, new landscaping, playground lighting. I also heard from DPR that there was a roughly $8 million gap to bring about the new rec center. Am I to interpret that $7.5 million is for the rec center so that we can bring that online?
Yes.
Great. Fort Lincoln residents are really thrilled about that. So we have full funding for the rec center. I want to spend my remaining time on education. I will say many, including our parents, advocates, PAVE, parents, and many others are glad that you are maintaining $9.7 million for the Safe Passage program. That is huge, as well as investments in CTE, dual enrollment, and other specialized programs. A question, and I haven't been able to confirm, are there cuts to school-based behavioral health, especially grants for CBO clinicians?
So council member, there's a reduction in the school-based mental health program for vacant clinician positions that we've been unable to fill. And so I think as the mayor was speaking to council member Henderson earlier, we look forward to working with the council on ways that we can, if we need to tweak the program to make sure that we can get the resources that we need into our schools.
Okay. I see Dr. Bazran in the back of the room. We'll have to continue working to make sure we fulfill our commitment there, which is very important. Also, there's a need for clarity on DC School Connect. In the budget, it highlights that you're maintaining $7 million worth of funding that was put forth through ARPA dollars. However, the books list this as an enhancement. Is it maintaining a flat investment, or is it enhancing that $7 million?
It is maintaining the program. It was funded with ARPA money. I will point out that is a program that we've looked at data around attendance, and that has had a really significant impact in improving attendance for the students that are part of that program. So it was ARPA funded, but it was the data justified adding into our local budget.
And that is a great thing that we are maintaining that program. It appears you're eliminating the truancy reduction program. So this is a two-part question. How do you justify this cut given the heightened attention on absenteeism and truancy? Also, it appears that you're expanding DHS's capacity to support with truancy on a one-time basis. I would say that's of note and importance to me as I've introduced legislation wanting DHS to be involved in our truancy reduction efforts. So can you speak to the reduction as well as the one-time enhancement for DHS?
Yes, we do anticipate standing up a new team and centralizing our truancy efforts at DHS.
I fully support that.
Thank you. And we spoke with our school leaders for middle and high school leaders. And I want to thank the chairman for joining us. Dr. Bazran and Director Zeilinger also joined us to talk to school officials. What we need to do is ensure when we promise the school officials that they do their part at the beginning of truancy protocol, that the whole system is going to work. And we have to reset it. And we think that, I know my team has talked to you about your legislation. We're introducing legislation today that will include changes to the truancy system, that will create alternative schooling opportunities for young people who are having behavioral challenges at their home school, and also introduce ways to have more parental accountability around truancy.
Okay. I won't be able to do justice in 40 seconds. DCPS, there's a lot of heartburn around school budgets. What I'm interested in is the growth of central office relative to these investments in schools. Can you just follow up with the size of central office now and what is projected in fiscal year 25?
I'd be happy to. We'll get the exact number, but what we are recommending to you is where we need to be, council member. The central office at DC Public Schools took a tremendous hit last year. And we do not want.
Based on my numbers, it seemed like it grew last year.
It did not. It did not.
Okay, so on the next round, I will ask for specifics on the size of central office and how it's grown over time.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So this is a second round. And again, 10 minutes. Mr. Chief Financial Officer, so I think you answered a question from Councilmember Nadeau. She asked if the fiscal stabilization and the other, which I want to say is cash, is they were locally
Yes.
created. So the council could eliminate them.
They could change the law. It doesn't change our need for liquidity.
Okay, but so the council we could resolve this fiscal stabilization issue by just eliminating the fund.
No, not at all, because
Why
we
not?
still need those resources to be able to pay our bills in the out years, beginning in late 27 into 28. So we need to have together, those funds are about 1.3, $1.4 billion. We will depend on those in order to pay our bills. So during the fiscal year 28 and beyond.
So if the council does not go, if the council does not go along and does not put the 217 million into the fiscal stabilization fund, what are you going to do?
Well, as has been mentioned earlier, it is a certification issue from our point of view. More broadly, we believe that under the Home Rule Act and other federal legislation, we have the authority not only to make sure that expenditures in the plan don't exceed revenues, but there are several other conditions that need to be made in order to ensure we're financially sustainable and can support our needs within each year, certainly our cash flow needs. And so in the past several years, this has never been an issue because we've always had substantial fund balances. Now that we're planning to spend nearly half of our fund balances once and for all, they'll be substantially less.
Not reserves, but fund balances.
Yes,
just
sir.
so the public understands.
Yes, sir. So we have a group of fund balances. Some of those are reserves. Other those have been created through surpluses over the years. We are, as our plan, spending the surpluses. And by 27, maybe into 28, I'm not sure the current proposed plan, those resources will be gone. What will be left are the reserves that are on the books now, both federal and district.
So you're describing the problem. The problem is you
Yes.
see it, which again is a
Yes.
cash flow problem. But my question is, so if we don't go along and fund put the 217 million into the fiscal stabilization, what are you going to do?
Well, we wouldn't certify the budget.
Is that it? I don't mean to minimize it because that sounds important.
Well, what that means is that we're not able to support moving this on to Congress for their final approval. We're not able to, and that's inherently what we do through the budget process at the end through our fiscal impact statement and other documents.
If it got to that point, which I don't really want to see, but if it got to that point, would you withhold spending?
No, that spending doesn't occur until October. So if you reach your 70 days, we would have very intense discussions about the importance of the 70 days versus moving forward without our certification for the budget. So the bottom line is that we need to ensure that there's enough resources, fund balances available to pay our bills during the year in fiscal year 28. And that is a certification issue for us.
I asked because I thought that you had indicated when the budget was still with the executive that if the fund was not replenished, the fiscal stabilization reserve was not replenished, that you would withhold expenditures. You do have that authority to withhold expenditures in certain circumstances.
We believe that our first step is to identify whether a budget is balanced under federal law and having a budget and financial plan that doesn't meet our liquidity needs doesn't allow us to state that it's balanced. Which is in essence the certification requirement under law, under federal law.
So you're only willing to go as far as to say that you would not certify the budget?
without a certified budget, I don't believe you are able to spend. But we can have that discussion in more detail. The key issue here is it is a requirement from us that we maintain.
Well, I try to be a reasonable guy, but
Yes.
if I'm of a view that you don't need to certify it, as long as we know that the budget is balanced. And then
I'm
we
sorry?
transmit it.
I didn't hear the question. I'm
If
sorry.
I'm of the view that you don't need to certify, that all that's necessary is that the budget is balanced. Because the council transmits the budget to the Hill as legislation under budget autonomy. So I could go ahead and transmit the budget, assuming the mayor signs it. Or she doesn't sign it, she vetoes it and we overrule the veto, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
No, you don't know.
So I sent it up to the Hill. So then what?
It will not have our support or certification. So the next steps then are the what is the Congress under law responsible to do or not do or intervene in our budget process. And to be honest with you, I don't know exactly what those are. That's for our attorneys to work out and what that eventuality is. But from our perspective, it's our responsibility to ensure the budget is balanced, which in our minds includes adequate liquidity. And we will not certify the budget and then without that.
I'm just thinking, so again, it's a liquidity, but liquidity, which is the same as cash flow in 2020, end of 2027 and
Into 28, yes, sir.
and into 2028.
Yes, sir.
I
And
mean,
again, the reason for that is we're spending half of our fund balances between now and then in order to balance the budget. That is the financial plan that started with 24 through 27 and is anticipated again in 24 through 25 through 28.
So, I mean, this isn't where I certainly don't want to see this, but so we could be at a point on June 12th that the council adopts the budget on second reading and you are making it very public that the budget is, you will not certify the budget.
As balanced, yes.
And we transmit the budget to Congress and you make it clear that the budget is not balanced.
We would. Again,
which is sort of like taking the fight to Congress.
which is not in any of our interests.
But the budget
Did you
would be
nod your head like,
balanced.
yes, it would be like taking the fight to Congress?
That's not in our interest, clearly.
But Phil, if I may, in the scenario you just outlined, the budget would be balanced. And maybe, you know, I've been here long enough and you've been here long enough where we ran this government. We borrowed short term to deal with the cash flow when the money comes in, largely to deal with, as I remember, the DCPS budget, having to load that early in the year because school starts in September. And when the property taxes and taxes are collected, then we're even again. The issue I think that you're pointing out, and I'll amplify here, is that the council created this reserve. And the council, and I was on the council, so I helped to create the reserve, and it has served us well. But we have, I've been on the council before that reserve when the council and mayor decided that we had to spend reserves in recessionary times where we were able to invest in our programs and services, where we didn't have to lay off our staff in trouble, how we were implementing services to the people of the District of Columbia, where we had the most public schools facility spending in the history of the District of Columbia. And as a result, we have grown our revenues. As a result, we have attracted people. And as a result, we have been competitive in this region. So the issue that we have is a trepidatious estimate of where we will be in 28. And if we have to solve for it right now. And as I mentioned, it's my responsibility and yours to decide on those trade-offs. There is no law in the District of Columbia that says we can't short-term borrow. There isn't. And we have done it to the benefit of the District of Columbia in our recent history.
Thank you, and I've managed to use my time. Even though I'm being surrounded, and we just see Councilmember Bonds, do you have 10 minutes of questions?
I hope not quite 10 minutes. I just really wanted to attempt to understand the money that we have put into workforce projects as listed in the budget, and I'm sure there's more. It comes to about 44, I think I've added up about 44 million in some categories, and then there is the other budget, which is our capital budget. But I wanted to ask, as we have indicated within the narrative format, you have listed things like the 550,000, which is continued dollars towards the teacher pipeline that enrolls it continues to enroll 50 to 100 residents. Then you have 17 million new money, which is advanced technical center at the Penn Center, as the mayor mentioned earlier. I'm trying to understand, what are we anticipating in the numbers of students, the numbers of outcomes, persons who will have jobs in these particular workforce items that you've listed throughout the budget? So that's what I'm concerned with. What are we going to get, let's say, for this? How many people will actually have an opportunity to gain jobs, training and
Absolutely.
jobs?
Councilmember, what we can do is follow up with a more thorough answer, because as you know, we have workforce development programs across the government. You mentioned DOES and our job czar. We also have workforce training programs at UDC. We have them at OSSI. We have them at DCPS. We have them at DHS. So we can look at that sort of comprehensive place. But what I would say that's really unique about the Advanced Technical Center is that we are training students for careers that are high demand right at that moment, and giving them valuable experience, so it'll make it easier for them to get a job. So we can follow up with those specifics.
I appreciate that, because it's one thing to say, and I know that training for the different occupations categories varies, the cost per trainee. What I'm trying to understand is, if we say, for instance, we're spending $1 billion on workforce training and jobs placement, how many persons do we anticipate will be served through that expenditure? Because as I mentioned earlier today, we are very famous for spending quite a bit and getting a fewer tiny little number of return. So I'm trying to start with the basics to understand what it is that we think we're going to accomplish. What are our goals? Because when I look at it throughout, your narrative, it can be misleading, and I want to understand what we have. And I think the public wants to know if we're really focused on improving the lifestyle of our residents and giving them an opportunity to fend for themselves, so to speak. We talked about how we just don't have all the resources that we have been able to shell out in the past. So if we're going to decrease some of those assistant programs that we have, how are we bettering that population so they can take care of themselves? So that's really where I'm going. And I could go through a zillion capital investments that you have, for instance, the 289 million to reconstruct H Street Bridge, 210 million. I didn't even bother to add all that up because we're talking easily more than $1 billion just on those types of programs. So I was concentrating on the little things, where we do the training and. So I would really appreciate getting that kind of information.
Absolutely.
That
We'll
would be
follow
very
up with you on that. And I also know that's a big focus of the Deputy Mayor for Education, who's building a comprehensive data system to allow us to be able to track across education and employment programs. What are those outcomes so we can better evaluate our programs and where our dollars go. So we'll follow up with that information.
Yes, I remember last year we set aside money for this massive, important database, new program that we were planning on. So then I'll ask you, where are we with that? It's not in the budget here, but where is it?
So there is an additional investment in continuing to build out the system and start to provide the necessary operating dollars for people and supplies and things to get it going. We'll follow up with the Deputy Mayor to get you a more specific timeline.
And I appreciate that, but I guess as we just completed looking at downtown and trying to move the pieces with rethinking and recomposing what our vision is for downtown, time continues to move along. And I'm just worried that we want the most modern systems in place. We want to be able to track everything, but at the same time, we're allocating dollars that are being expended to train people and hopefully place them in jobs. So even if we have to use that old stuff called paper and pencil, can we do that? Because that too is important. We need to continue to give people a sense that this community is about them as well as about, these more physical products that we can produce here in the community.
I'm happy to have us follow up. You're asking, there's two different important strands of what you're asking about that are both worthy of a robust conversation. One is how effective are our workforce development programs, in which we do look at how are they able to enroll people? Are they able to fill those slots? And do people keep coming? So they graduate people. And second, are they placing them in jobs and are they sticking in jobs?
Yeah.
That's one very important strand of the Deputy Mayor for Education is looking at a systemic, robust look at all that. The second strand of the conversation, which is important, which is how do we make sure DC residents are benefiting from some of the investments that we have broadly? And I would say that we have each and every year, we outperform ourselves from prior years in having CBE spending. And we know that CBEs generally hire more DC residents than non-CBEs and looking at first source requirements. So we look at the way in which we structure our contracting and structure the investments for the individuals who are benefiting from public dollars, in addition to examining whether the workforce investment programs are working as intended. Both are worthy of really robust discussions as you look at how to best use this budget over the next couple of months.
While I may be saying all of that, my bottom line is that we spend a lot of money as a government. We know what our budget is every year. And I want to be able to say that a larger portion of that money is directed to helping to create this community that we say is important. And that's through the people that are in the community, having work, having created industries, perhaps, I don't know. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember. I can hear people talking. Henderson. Followed by Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. I want to ask a little bit about transportation, Mayor. Obviously, I think one of the bigger cost drivers that you had to invest here was the 200 million additional dollars for WMATA. We haven't seen the full BSA yet, but does the funding come with any contingencies around WMATA, around cost control or other efficiency methods? So we're not here again in another 2 to 3 years?
I can't say we won't be here in another 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
But I can say that before we made a commitment, that WMATA committed to several things. And Jenny and Kevin know this well about the inside efficiencies that they created. They have a commitment to managing their labor growth. And they have a commitment to limiting the amount of their preventative maintenance fund that they can tap. There may be some other things that I am forgetting, but we will send you the letter outlining the commitments that we expect them to make. Further, Phil and I agree that a larger conversation needs to happen around DC's share of the compact agreement, because we think the kind of the post-pandemic world has created different costs and burdens around the system.
Right.
And we have to recalibrate that. So I think that will be a part of the larger discussion as well. Virginia, in particular, had some other, I think, demands that are reflected in how we're moving forward. And all of those things are reflected in their budget proposal.
Okay. I'm chairing the Transportation Planning Board for COG this year. And so I welcome those conversations around what to do. I think the leadership at WMATA is great. I'm a fan of Randy Clark's, but I feel like there might needs some more teeth in terms of the cost controls of what's going on over there.
Agreed.
I wanted to also ask in terms of a transportation question about the streetcar. Getting some emails from some folks over in Ward 7 who have been waiting on the extension of the Benning Road line. And I noticed in the CIP, I think we move that project out to FY29 at this particular stage. I want to speak to your commitment on the streetcar and, the decision to move construction back a significant amount.
Well, my position is unchanged. I think we have to have a logical beginning of the streetcar that connects with Union Station. We are, with this budget, I think, completing our investment in the 8th Street Bridge, which will enhance that and also enhance the redevelopment at Union Station, which is important. And it should have a terminus in Ward 7, which we are committed to. Now, I think we're being responsive to a shift that the council made last year with capital funding related to streetcar, and I think we're just catching up to it.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about DPW in terms of vehicle immobilization and relocation. We've had conversations about ATE and parking enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I'm always of the view that I wish we didn't need to, but given that we have fewer tools in our toolbox to get folks to pay their parking tickets or speeding tickets, booting and towing has been part of, it's not our only stick, but it's a big stick that we have. And I think we're proposing to cut about $700,000 from that division. How do we plan to continue to support DPW in terms of their aims around that particular program?
I'll talk about how strategically we're doing it. It includes this year.
Okay.
So DPW needs the ability to have more impound lot capacity.
Yeah.
So they can do more towing. They're in negotiations with a third lot. Those have been ongoing. If we're unable to do that, we may have to look at impoundment lots outside of DC, but we're focused on DC. That's one constraint. The other element that we're actually piloting right now is redeploying some of their tow drivers to proactively look for some of our very, very high scofflaw vehicles and sort of assessing the benefit of that compared to what they would otherwise be doing, and they're doing that right now.
Okay.
So we're looking to be able to allow them to make those strategic changes without it necessarily showing up as a budget line. And if it bears fruit this year, we would work with them to be able to sustain that proactive approach into FY25.
Okay. I would also just use this as a highlight tool around, I think, pre-pandemic, when the rush hour lanes, we were very good in terms of moving vehicles along, towing them, et cetera. And we haven't necessarily been as strong on that, which I think has led to some of the congestion that we've seen on 14th Street, on 16th Street, et cetera, where you have people who parking all day, not just in the bus lane, but in the rush hour lanes as well. And I think that we just want to continue on that front. I want to switch a little to talk a little bit about DPR. And I'm asking some of these questions because we don't have all of the documents, but what folks do have, they are alarmed by and sort of seeing some of the proposed cuts for DPR around some of the site programming. Site programming encompasses, tailored activities. It includes teens and early childhood and seniors and individuals with special needs. I wondered if you could speak a little to that.
Absolutely. So folks should not be alarmed. So the budget does maintain the investments that we made in this fiscal year with ARPA funds to continue the late night program activities, as well as the mobile recreation activities. That's about $1.9 million across those two programs. What people are probably seeing in reductions is we are temporarily eliminating the GLF contract while it's under construction.
Okay.
And then we are also making some small changes to align with spending. We do not anticipate any change in DPR programs, activities, or slots.
Great. That's good to hear. Moving on to public safety. I noticed an increase in terms of the proposed budget for MPD, specifically around hiring and FTEs. And I'm curious, are we retooling our recruitment strategy, or are we seeing some growth in that? A couple of weeks ago, someone who is in the MPD ecosystem was on the Hill and testified and said the $25,000 bonuses weren't working. And so I want to better understand from you all on the ground in terms of how is it going and your confidence in the ability to hire, I think, upwards of 100 new positions at MPD.
We're feeling really good about it. And so it's not just monetary incentives, but it's also the ecosystem itself that helps us recruit officers. So we believe that we have the best force and we want to hire the best people. We don't want to lower our standards. But they also want to work in an environment that is fair to them. And we want to be able to assure communities that we're holding our officers accountable, and the trust between community and officers is not only maintained, but continues to grow. So I say this without exaggeration. What you did with advancing Security C, advancing the emergency, is going to create a better environment for the chief and her teams to recruit. And I am briefed weekly on where we are with our recruiting numbers and our recruiting classes. And given kind of where things are nationally and where we've had things locally, the fact that we have been able to maintain and only, I think we went a little bit negative last year in terms of our numbers is remarkable. And what this budget will allow is a net increase for the first time, I think, in 4 or 5 years of new officers. So we'll be to the good of the number of officers that we're retaining and hiring. I think another encouraging trend that Kevin briefed me on just earlier this morning is part of our stability, if you will, is that our officers aren't leaving at the same rate. So our attrition is slowing, and that's good because that represents experienced officers who are staying on the job, who may be in the pipeline for promotion, but who are certainly who will certainly be mentors to new officers. So that's a very good trend that we want to maintain.
Great, thank you. I look forward to, at least for the agencies in my cluster, I look forward to talking to the health agencies more, as well as everyone else as we get
Thank you.
more details about this budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again, Mayor and your team, and to the CFO. So looking at some general budget concerns, each year when you and your team work on the proposed budget, part of your team's analysis is looking at what programs are working and what should be changed. Is that right?
Yes, that happens all year.
And in addition to that analysis, the budget ultimately has to be balanced and sustainable over time.
Correct.
So that means that your team may propose to cut programs or change taxes, but the ultimate goal is always to balance the budget and give residents a fair shot at success in the district. From my review of the budget so far, your proposal this year both cuts programs and makes changes to taxes for some of the same people. So let me give an example. Some program cuts are the programs like Access to Justice, which gives people with low and moderate incomes access to attorneys for civil court cases. So those folks are losing access to this important support. And one of the proposed tax changes would increase the sales tax on everyone in the district, including those same people who would lose supports like Access to Justice. So I see that as people with low incomes being hit twice in this budget. How do you see it?
I don't know if I follow your logic, but what I would say is government services predominantly do fall, the types of government services that you have jurisdiction over in particular fall on more vulnerable people. So if you're asking me that question, does this budget affect cuts? It causes cuts across, it causes cuts across all of our agencies. And if you are receive services from a lot of different agencies, you may feel that. But at the same time, it makes investments in those same populations that are very significant. A $300 million increase in schools, for example, is going to affect the same families who may have access to justice case. Our increases at DHS to help truant families are going to impact the same families that are going to access to justice. The people that Councilmember Bonds asked about workforce training programs, hopefully they get in one and are successful and they're not going to ERAP. So I don't know, I don't exactly follow how you link that to sales tax, but I would say that people who get a lot of government services may see one thing adjusted down, but they may have another program that is being improved.
I take your point, except that I haven't heard from any schools yet that see an increase in resources. DHS continues to be stretched way too thin. So I think the vulnerable populations are going to continue to feel this much more acutely than others. And
Well, vulnerable populations feel everything more acutely than others, council member.
Especially when we cut the programs that they rely on.
Especially when we have fewer revenues and fewer resources than we have. Now, we can sit here and pretend like there's manna from heaven, but there isn't.
And no one's pretending that.
Excuse me, I am responding to you. And what we have had, as I mentioned, is a confluence of activities, and we have to that. Now, if you don't like what I presented, change it.
Okay, respectfully, I'm asking questions to understand the logic, so I know what
Here's
to
the
change.
logic. We have less money. We have had
We don't have less money.
We have had we've had more than 15 years of 6% growth. We're going to have 2% growth estimated by the CFO moving out to 2028. We will have less money to do the same things. We cannot grow programs by 10% when you have 2% growth. Can't do it. It's unsustainable. You wouldn't do it in your household. You can't do it here. So we have to right size our programs. Now we can say we're not going to make any investment in growth and attracting business or attracting new residents. We can make our taxes outsized for the whole region. We can do all of that, but you will regret it.
Okay, To be clear, that's not what anyone's suggesting. I'm trying to understand the logic, and I'm trying to make a point that there are people that are losing programs and seeing a tax increase. And there are people in this city who are going to see a tax increase and not lose programs. And I'm trying to understand how we might be able to navigate this different. And so let's look at a
Okay.
different example, like ERAP.
Yep.
So you suggested in the last round of questions that there is abuse of ERAP. I look forward to recommendations for reforming that, but you are proposing to cut ERAP in half. Is that because you believe that half of ERAP applicants are using the program fraudulently?
I believe that there are people who are using ERAP that can pay their rent. I do.
Okay. And for folks who don't know ERAP, a couple facts about ERAP is one, you can only apply once in a 12-year period. You have to be a particularly low income in order to access it. And you have to be facing eviction.
Mhm. Well, you will face eviction if you don't pay your rent. And if you think the government is going to pay it, you stop paying.
I'm not sure who you're talking to that's facing that, but I'm seeing a lot of people who can't afford to pay their rent who are not trying to game the system.
Okay,
And if
they
there are
can't,
reforms,
but Robert, what I'm suggesting is ERAP is not the program to address that.
What
We
is?
have to put our families on the pathway to being able to have jobs that pay their rent, or they have to have qualify for one of our voucher programs. But you can't turn a program that's meant for emergency assistance to tell people, don't pay your rent for 3 months because the government's going to do it. It upends the entire system. And then that young woman and her daughter that you were talking about who had an emergency, there will be no money for them. There will be no money for them.
Except that, Mayor, ERAP is the most cost-effective way to keep people in their system, in their housing. Once they leave that housing, the cost to support them skyrockets astronomically. And
Robert,
there is no evidence that I have seen, only narratives that people are abusing ERAP. If that's happening, somebody needs to step forward with some
okay.
information.
So you said this last year, right? And so you took our proposal from 9 million and took it to 41 million.
8 million.
You could have decided last year to make it whatever you wanted, but you didn't.
I did.
You made it 41 million, and that's not enough.
That's right.
So you
Because of inequity in our city.
You haven't figured it out either.
You haven't
have
figured
you?
it out
No, I
because
haven't.
inequity is so large that a large population of our city can't pay their rent, can't afford to live here.
So what do you
And their
think is the
options are to
answer?
go into our homeless shelters, which
But
cost
that-
taxpayers more.
But that
or be
hasn't,
displaced from our city, which
that's-
I don't want to see.
none of us want to see that. But we cannot create the perverse incentives for people who were paying their rent before the pandemic and state DC are no longer paying their rent. And we have to work on that.
I think you need to have more conversations with people struggling in this city, Mayor. Because I think that the
Councilmember,
perspective you hold on ERAP is out of line
Okay.
with the lived experiences of people
Well,
applying for E
Councilmember,
ERAP.
I look forward to how you plus it up. And when you plus it up, how long you think it will last next year? Because what you would have done is condition people to say, don't pay your rent. The government will do it for you, and it will never be enough.
That is an absolute illogical jump from the reality that I'm
No,
talking
this
about.
argument is illogical.
For the Housing Authority, over the last few years, you and the council have dedicated $50 million a year to DCHA's repair and maintenance fund. In last year's budget, I worked with my council colleagues and the chair to include dedicated funding for DCHA starting in 2028. Given the billions of dollars in deferred maintenance, the facility needs for DCHA and the quarter of housing units in DCHA's portfolio that people cannot live in, they are uninhabitable right now. You cut the dedicated funding in your proposal. Do you plan to support the new DCHA leadership with sustained investments in public housing in this budget?
What was the question?
Do you
plan?
plan to support DCHA's new leadership with sustained investments in public housing in this budget?
I'm going to turn to the budget director who also was also on the board to talk about that.
Thank you for the question. So the mayor's budget includes $101 million over the next 2 fiscal years to continue to support the DC Housing Authority in its efforts to bring up its current units into a state of good repair. So the investments that are being made in this capital budget go to replace things like electrical and fire suppression systems, remove lead paint, remove mold, replace units, bring more units online. So there's a definite dedication. I think we have to be very careful about how we are supporting the housing authority for our long-term financials that we're happy to have an offline conversation on.
Yeah, that funding isn't dedicated over time. And but will this money get the quarter of housing units that are uninhabitable back online?
This money will help get this money plus the money that's currently invested in this fiscal year. There's about 15 million that the housing authority is moving forward with right now to bring some of those uninhabitable units online. What this money does is it focuses on bringing the units that currently have people living in them into a state of good repair. So it's a both and. So there's the urgent needs campaign right now that's being funded with a combination of capital investments from the mayor with federal funds. That's happening this minute to bring units online. What the focus is in the upcoming capital budget is making those units that people are living in as well up to a state of good repair.
Thank you. We are cutting ERAP, cutting access to justice, and we're going to charge these folks more in sales tax. I think this is going to hurt the lowest income people in our city the most. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Director Reed, safe routes to school is, something I'm a champion of, and making sure our traffic safety around our schools is something that's important. I have a question about one of the BSA subtitles we have referenced to via the fiscal impact statement, which is titled the School Traffic Safety Action Plans Amendment Act of 2024. This subtitle cuts the number of action plans DDOT is required to produce each year from 25 schools to some lower number that's not listed. Why are we cutting this, and how many plans do you propose DDOT produce each year now?
Sure. So the money that was placed in the capital budget last year, I believe it was funded over 2 fiscal years, is fully in the CIP. What it is it's spread out over the 6 years based on the number of projects that DDOT anticipates it can deliver each year. I'll get back to you on the specific number, but we're still funding the same number of school safety improvements. We can't do them all in 1 or 2 fiscal years. The implementation takes a little bit longer.
Understood.
So we're funding the same thing in the CIP. It's just spread over a few more years.
Okay.
But we'll get you those exact numbers.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to ask about what funds are being used to pay for Cure the Streets at the Office of Attorney General in fiscal year 25. Is it funded with local dollars, or is it being paid through the special litigation support fund again? And if so, do you support permanently raising the cap on that fund?
Those are local dollars, just to be clear. And that is how it's being funded, and that is how it has been funded. And more than that, I think we haven't mentioned the Attorney General's office. I think has been and has previously been very cooperative in how we address budget gaps. And I don't think there are any cuts.
Okay. I know at one point they were using the special litigation support fund to support funding.
They continue to. The budget contemplates that as well.
But not, I'm just making sure, but not for the Cure the Streets program. That's.
No, they will be using the special litigation support fund and their other existing funds to fund Cure the Streets.
Okay. And so my question is, if so, do you support permanently raising the cap on that fund?
No.
Okay. Because I think if they're going to consistently be using it for Cure the Streets and other things, then we should, there is an argument to be made that we increase it, but I hear your policy difference is that you don't believe that it should be increased anymore. The Leadership Academy.
Well, it has been increased a lot. I just want to be clear. I think when that office was created, did that exist, or was it $3 million?
It was about $2.5 million, and now I think it's about $27 million.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's been increased a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Oh, no, I know. I just was wondering if we should, they're using it now sort of to support the budget in a positive way,
Yeah.
I think.
They have been
So-
very helpful
In that
this year and
regard.
last year on the budget submission.
Got it. The Leadership Academy, is being moved from ones to the Deputy Mayor's office. Will what's the policy decision there? And will the sites that are planned to open, so for example, I funded, McFarland Middle School, for One's Leadership Academy in their middle school. Will those current sites still be opened?
Council member, there was a policy decision to shift it out of the one's office to the deputy mayor's office. The deputy mayor's office runs the Safe Passage program, people outside of schools. The Leadership Academy is people inside of schools. So to coordinate better, it made sense to be able to combine them and have good coordination, information sharing. The funding is level. I'll have to get back to you specifically on the McFarland program.
Great. If we could have it inside of McFarland and then outside of the school, obviously I'm excited about that. Second Chance Amendment Act. It appears as though the Second Chance Amendment Act of 2022, which we moved the implementation date up for through Secure DC, has been funded at DMV and MPD. Is that correct?
It is funded. What I would say is it's funded on the same timeline as the budget we submitted last year. So it should be taking effect, I believe, in 2025.
That's a yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so the expanded by motion sealing of records will be fully funded in fiscal year 25.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, but that's the first tranche of funding.
Right.
And then that's the starting phase. And then in FY26 is when the funds really ramp up. And those monies are built into the financial plan.
Okay, understood. MPD capital budget includes a 13 million increase for, in quotes, crime fighting technology, but there's no description. What will this funding be used for? It says this is a new project, but it also indicates that funding has been appropriated since 2014, totaling 4.4 million.
There's an expansion and upgrade to the license plate reader technology to allow for it to work better at night and perhaps recognize types of cars. There's an expansion in the number of cameras and the quality of cameras that we'll be able to deploy for NPD. There are upgrades to basic software systems that they have, and there's a modest increase in the tasers as they deploy them to an additional classification of officer.
Okay. And will there be parity amongst the districts, meaning will fourth district also be able to make sure that they benefit from this?
I'm sure that'll be a robust conversation at the NPD budget hearing.
Okay. This proposal includes an extra 1.8 million in DOC funding to pay for all the extra people detained at the jail under Secure DC's expanded pretrial detention provisions. However, we didn't fund the study of the impact, which I think was Councilmember Duffy's, a study of the impact of pretrial detention that was also included in Secure DC. Why not, and how will you determine the effects of the provision without the study?
I believe we had conversations with the CJCC. We did fund a diversion task force that was also in Secure DC, that is going to the CJCC.
Okay. I just know, I think there was a study that they wanted to do about pretrial detention. We went back and forth on it. So I just,
Okay.
if we're going to implement it, I think the study should complementarily just go with it as we look at it. I want to ask City Year. I'm aware of at least 5 DCPS schools, including Ida B. Wells, that currently have City Year staff working with their students on site, but have had to cut them this fall because of lack of funding. As a City Year alum myself, I know this program well and the ways it helps kids with literacy, math, in-class tutoring and support, attendance and behavior. I'm concerned with this, but budget proposal, we're cutting great programs like that, that will impact academics and attendance. Is the high impact tutoring budget you've mentioned eligible to be used for programs like City Year? And if not, why not?
I think so, but I know that DCPS works with a group of literacy programs that have shown some benefit
Strides.
and effectiveness, but I think they're likely to be open to other partners.
Okay, awesome. I wanted to ask about home visiting. I see there's a 139,000 reduction to community prevention and early intervention in CFSA. I'm concerned because prevention is such a critical strategy to keeping DC families together. One key element of prevention is, of course, home visiting. CFSA has 3 fantastic home visiting programs. And there's also several home visiting programs under DC Health. Can you confirm that the CFSA's home visiting is funded under that community prevention and early intervention? And if so, how will these programs be affected by this reduction?
Yes, Councilmember. So I will tell you, the CFSA budget is probably one of the more complicated ins and outs of all the budgets that we put together. There's a lot of shifts. But what I will say is that we did not make any reductions to their core programming for things like home visits, prevention, for supports for students. I'll follow up and look at that specific line. It's probably a shift to some other type of funding.
Okay.
But we'll confirm, but no changes to home visiting.
Wonderful. Back to our seniors, and this is about transportation. Being able to access resources and get around the district is critical for many of our seniors. I see a $325,000 increase in transportation for DACA, which is amazing. From what I understand, the connector card has already run out of funding, with half of the fiscal year still to go. And I'm getting calls from seniors about it. So will this increase go towards the connector card program? And if so, is this amount expected to cover the high demand for transportation from our seniors?
So the connector card, I'll have to follow up with what the wait list is for the connector card to understand if that amount would fully cover it. What I will say is that we operate a number of transportation programs in the district. I think it's over 25, close to 30, that serve a variety of purposes. What we are looking at right now is how can we more efficiently use those services to help people get around? And how can we save costs by consolidating some of the programs? So we definitely want to work with you on that. We also want to make sure we are signing people up for programs that they're eligible for. So maybe it's not the connector card, maybe it's the Lyft program through WMATA or some other program that we identify.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mayor, I'm grateful for the investments in 2 non-congregate housing facilities that are in this budget for West End and downtown. And I think this is a really exciting continued opportunity for the district as we think about how to house people who are experiencing homelessness or unable to live in a more traditional housing environment, coupled with our hotels and vacant rooms and kind of matching folks together there. How much in this budget is contemplated for the Aston in the West End, and what specifically are those operational dollars going to be used for this year?
Yes, Shanita, weigh in.
Yeah, so the monies, I'll get the specific breakout. I know for both facilities, it's about $10 million. And those funds are going to be used basically for the staff to be on site, as well as the sort of necessary programming at the site as well.
Okay, and when you say staff, that will include the security staff inside and outside?
Yes, that is for all of the operational costs associated with each facility.
Okay, and is the facility downtown going to be similar model to the case management, the mental health supports, the security supports that were part of the Aston deal?
So the intent of the downtown, to be clear, is of a much larger scale than the Aston. So it is building in the parking lot next to CC&V, an entirely new federal city shelter with CC&V, and having affordable housing on that site as well. So everything we do, we'll do in partnership with CC&V and make sure it reflects what they believe is in the best interest from a case management and services and security standpoint.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. The budget book also indicates that the Virginia Williams Resource Center will be closing this fiscal year. Can you talk about the rationale for that decision and if there are other alternatives in this budget to connect families to shelter and other critical services?
It's actually was an idea brought forth by DHS to be able to have a good government innovation. It's not closing, it's moving to the 64 New York Avenue location, where obviously there's many other DHS staff there. The DV services that are offered at Virginia Williams will still be offered at that new location.
Okay, thank you very much. And in terms of the permanent supportive housing vouchers and rapid rehousing and other voucher programs that we have, one of the continued feedback that we hear is staff burnout. And so how does this budget contemplate ensuring that we can mobilize the vouchers that we do have and get people placed into housing options that the city has available?
So this budget funds the costs of what is needed to get all of the remaining vouchers leased up by the end of fiscal year 2025. So we believe that by the end of FY 2025, we will be caught up with all of the existing vouchers and lease ups, and then we can have discussions about how much we add going forward. I would just say again that one of the challenges that we faced, I think, is that the ramp up happened so quickly and was so significant. The ability to build capacity was just not there. So we just have to think very critically about how much we're able to do in a given year.
Thank you.
If I could just add very briefly, I'm going to take your question in its broadest sense. Our workers across all agencies are stretched really thin and many are burned out. So and they're totally devoted to the work. So in prior years, we've looked at wellness funding, and there are wellness programs in government. But what we all have to really do is to make sure that we're calibrating what we ask agencies to do with the staff that they actually have. I remember when I was deputy mayor, significant increases in victim service grants, never really accompanied by increasing in staffing. So it's really the best thing we can do for our workers is to be able to pare down and narrow what we're asking of them when we start new programs, and for existing programs, try to pare down the expectations so they can do it within a reasonable person's devotion to public service.
Thank you for that. So for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, can you talk about, Mayor, your vision for the investments that you've put in this agency for violence prevention?
You're talking about the violence interruption in particular?
Yes.
Well, we see, and as you know, council member, we are undergoing a kind of really intense thought about how to make those programs effective. We continue to believe our Pathways program has effectively gotten our people of promise and other justice involved men primarily into the right workforce training, into the right behavioral health supports, and into subsidized employment. We want to see that program grow because we think it has the biggest and best impact. Deputy Mayor Apia has spent probably the better part of the previous 12 months really focused with ones on how they deploy contracts, how they monitor the contracts, and how they measure the effectiveness of the programs. And we continue to be concerned about that. We're in ongoing discussion with the Attorney General. I know it is a focus of yours and ours about how the two programs, one in the Attorney General's office, one at ONE's, can work under one umbrella, and we will continue to work very hard on that, as well as to recruit great leadership for these programs, which I have to say has been difficult to find the right perfect person. What we don't support is spinning off these agencies as another separate independent entity from the government, which would further silo their work from the human services and behavioral supports that are really required to help people be successful.
Well, thank you very much. And I agree. And I do think that it is appropriate to move towards a merger of our programs. And as you know, we are having a hearing this Friday on April 5th to discuss that type of merger. And so look forward to our continued partnership with you and your team, as well as with the Attorney General, on how to do so most effectively, honoring the important work going on at both agencies. I want to ask about some of the funding supports for our seniors. Can you talk about the investments this budget makes for our senior villages in particular?
We're able to plus up, and Jenny will give me the specifics around what we're able to plus up with our seniors in the senior villages. We continue to be focused on senior housing And as we've already heard, senior nutrition and transportation programs. I'm proud that this budget includes an investment at Fletcher Johnson in Ward 7. And I've asked that development group to focus on additional senior and retirement opportunities right here in Washington, D.C. So we look forward to keeping the council up to date on that.
And just to follow up the budget, it does include a $350,000 increase for senior villages. Also maintains the mayor's $4.6 million investment in the Safe at Home program to allow for more aging in place modifications to allow seniors to stay in their home, investments in Connector Card and home delivered meals.
Great. Thank you very much. So Ward 2, I believe, is the only ward without a standalone senior center. Ward 3 also needs a senior center. And I'm looking at Councilmember Fruman because we have worked together to create a task force that's looking to identify locations for that. And one of the things that I think could be really powerful is finding a location that can serve as a Ward 2 senior center and also for LGBTQ senior housing. And so I don't think that that is contemplated in this budget, but I wanted to raise it as something that is a priority and something that we are looking into and looking for continued support and partnership on.
Got it. Thank you.
In our last couple of seconds, I want to ask about Safe Passage and how you are thinking about that program, given the changes and the transition in last year's budget to this being under the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and how this budget supports that program.
A lot of the changes, aside from the one we talked about with OLA going from ones to the deputy mayor, really won't be reflected in the budget because it relates to the interaction schools have with the deputy mayor's office, as well as the safe passage workers. They're rolling out right now monthly public safety meetings. They have changed and improved the interactions between the schools and the safety workers. And we have appropriate field staff to be able to ensure accountability that the workers are where they are. So I think the changes are not budget changes. They're changes in the operating principles and rhythms of the office. And that's something that I got briefed on last week that they're rolling out this school year. And I'm sure they'll be happy to talk with you about at their budget oversight hearing with them.
I'll take them up on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, and to the entire team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. And I note that there isn't any money in the capital budget for a wellness center, senior wellness center in either Ward 2 or Ward 3 yet. I'm grateful to Councilmember Pinto for recognizing the importance of such a center in Ward 3. I think the ideas that she's been talking about for a center and housing in Ward 2 are really exciting, and I'm sure she'll be very supportive of what I might suggest in Ward 3. But it would be good to get that process moving. I also want to very much thank you for the increased investment in the villages. I think that's really important. I think it touches a lot of people, and there's a very cost-effective way to do it. I hope that some of that money can be used. There are villages in Ward 3. I'd like those villages to get more funding, but there are places in the city where there aren't villages yet. And I'd hope that we could use some of that funding to encourage the creation of villages in other parts of the city. I also want to thank you for the funding for the Dementia Navigators program, which is sadly a growing population, a real need. That's a program that is a citywide program and really helps people in need, and thank you for adding funding in that area. A couple of Ward 3 things. In Chevy Chase, we have a exciting, complicated project that's happening. There's the rec center, there's the library, and there's the hope of putting housing on top of the two. And I had hoped that we would see an increase in the budget for the rec center and the library so that we didn't get into a situation where the housing, which we hope would be affordable housing or as much as possible affordable, is subsidizing the construction of the library and the rec center, but rather that the library and the rec center, we got great 21st century library and rec center, and it carried its own costs. My impression looking at the CIP is that you've made significant increases to the funding for the library and the rec center, but am I misreading that?
Unfortunately, yes, council member, the funding is maintained at its existing level. What you are seeing is something that council members will see across a lot of projects. Part of what we did in this budget is we did a major capital rebalancing. So we had about $1 billion of capital allotments that had been sitting in prior fiscal years and aren't going to be spent until future years come about. So we're not changing the timelines on any programs, but we are reflecting them more accurately at when they'll deliver. The importance of this is not only to make sure that we can maintain our debt cap, but more importantly, we're now not paying for debt service on projects that aren't spending money yet. So it actually saved us about $116 million across the financial plan.
But I mean, when I looked at the CIP for last year, it looked like around 20 million for each of those projects. And when I look at it today, it looks like around $40 million for each of those. And that's just, how's that a rebalancing? I guess I'm not understanding.
It's just shifting the funds, and we're happy to follow up to
Okay.
show you exactly how it worked, but it's just shifting the funds from one fiscal year to the next. If there's any adjustments.
Looks like it's twice.
Yeah, if there's any adjustments, it's based on inflation. We did not double the project budget.
Okay. Well, again, hope that there's enough money there to fully support those projects so that the affordable housing project doesn't have to be subsidizing it. A different capital project in Ward 3 is the MacArthur School. You've heard a lot about MacArthur High School. As recently as a week ago, there was an open question about whether or not there would be funding for an auditorium at MacArthur High School and expansion of the cafeteria. When I look at the CIP today, it does not look like money was added for MacArthur that would enable those things to happen, that if it were to happen, it would fall to us to do it. Am I reading that correctly?
There's not funding for the auditorium. There is funding for continued classroom build out and cafeteria expansion.
So, I mean, you've heard from the community about how important including an auditorium there is, and it may well be that in this process, this would be a thing that I would be advocating for. I'm going to want to be able to work closely with your team to try to evaluate how much it would cost, what impact it would have on the schedule, so that we can have an informed conversation about this in this budget season, because we missed this budget season, we got a real problem. So I'm just asking that you and your team work with me and with the community to determine what would be necessary to try to achieve that goal. There's an area where there's a significant decrease in staffing is special education transportation. I think it's 77 positions go away, and help me understand why that is and how we're can be confident that we won't have the kinds of problems that we've had in recent years with a reduction in staffing in that space.
So this is similar to some of the other agencies that I've discussed, where we are just carrying a significant number of vacancies that are not getting hired. So in this case, we're not laying off anyone. We're still leaving them with the ability to hire positions, but we are reducing the number of vacancies that they've just typically held and have not been able to hire on. What I would also say is that in the current fiscal year and in the upcoming budget, you will see investments in sort of alternative methods to help make sure that we can get our students to school on time. That includes funding for private routes. That includes funding for a parent stipend program, and that includes funding for attendance incentives. And so those investments will help us sort of make up for the fact that there is a nationwide shortage of drivers that we are just unable to hire. So rather than continue to carry those vacancies that we'll have trouble hiring for, we're shifting the investment to some other incentives or programs that will complement our existing staff and help make sure we can get students to school.
Okay, and one of the things that's been talked about is an app that would allow parents to know where their child is. Do you know where that stands?
There is funding to support in the capital budget, a development of a GPS system that would allow for better real-time information. We'll follow up specifically on an app. That part I'm not super clear about, but there is money for a GPS tracking system.
Okay, wonderful. And one of the things that is funded and increased funding at UDC is pathways to behavioral health degrees. And that, I thank you again for that. I mean, we witnessed the swearing in of President Eddington. Very, very exciting time at UDC. Really important that we put our shoulders down and invest in its long-term success. A different thing, and it may, I guess the slide's gone, but 841,000 to support a paramedic school. My hope is that that's a thing that could land at UDC. I wonder, where are we in the process of determining where that paramedic school might be located?
I believe with their first rollout, there wasn't a response that would let them enter into a partnership. They've adjusted the scope of work for what they're asking for and are going back out to community. Obviously, we also have a new UDC president, so we're hopeful as well, but ultimately we need to make sure that Fire EMS has a response that they're confident can follow through in building out a good paramedic school.
And Mr. Fruman, council member, one of Dr. Eddington's primary ask was related to a student success center or professionals that are really focused on how kids are matriculating and their outcomes. You know, he comes from FAMU with that expertise of really changing outcomes for kids, not only that we enroll them, that we graduate them, and that they are prepared for high growth job sectors in the district. We're also interested in them developing a housing plan. We were able to get that in, I think, support for them to create a plan for how we can create more student housing at UDC.
And thank you for both of those things. Again, I toured the campus with students last week and visited some of the places where they live, and having a centralized place where students can live and congregate is a really important thing. Final thing, a lot of great conversation about World Pride 2025, all for it. Very, very exciting. You know, my interest in America 250. 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the country. We need to stand up a task force to begin planning for that. Many, many states have done that. We need to get there. There's a lot of planning happening that's focused at the national level, but we need to stand up a task force so we can tell our story of our community and get folks out into other parts of the city. So where do we stand in terms of standing up a task force for America 250?
I think I have to get back to you on that. I'll work with our secretary's office and Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, and we'll get back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
All right, we're gonna finish strong. It's been a long day. CFO Lee, I want to start with you. Can you speak to how you certify or approve small capital projects slated for DGS? In last year's budget, I secured a number of small capital projects for Ward 5 schools. They were approved with the fiscal year 24 budget. Fast forward to oversight, DGS comes back and says the CFO did not approve spending for these projects because they were outside of the scope of a small capital project.
I'd like our budget director to answer that. So
At the microphone.
Eric.
Mr. Kennedy, you know.
Got the rules. Sorry.
You don't exist if you're not on the microphone.
Exactly. Eric Kennedy. I suspect this has to do with eligibility. I don't know for a fact, but it sounds like this is an eligibility issue. So the money probably was budgeted, but then when they wanted to implement the project as a small project, there was something that made it ineligible for that type of project.
Okay. The projects in question were repairs to bathrooms and hallways and HVAC modulars. Again, and it's important to note there were other repairs that were similar that were approved for Ward 4 schools given that the chair of that committee is the Ward 4 councilwoman. That's not saying it's on her, but I just question, is there some type of preferential treatment or is there a criteria you can share with us on the front end? So when we secure small capital projects, we can ensure that the funding is met.
So again, I think this is eligibility, so it sounds like if I have the exact projects, I can tell you, I can get for you.
Okay.
That's the answer.
What happened.
So this year, we will come back for more small capital projects and we'll share those to just make sure it meets your criteria.
Okay, please do. And let's look into these as well that you're describing. Okay.
Okay.
And council member, one thing I would just say on small caps, because we work very closely with CFO on this, they often need to be a mix of capital and PAYGO, because sometimes the repairs are so small that they don't qualify for geodebt and you've got to use PAYGO. So that's just one thing I encourage as you're working through this budget. Just continue working with your council budget office and CFO to make sure you know the distinction in the funding type.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. CFO Lee, can you speak to our prison population levels and why you accepted the mayor's team's perspective that the increase in average daily population is a one-time spike versus a trend?
So, of course, we put funding that the mayor put funding there for 24 and for 25. We want to watch it in 24 and see where it goes. And in 25, and if it spikes, if the spike continues, then we'll have the mayor will budget for it in the out years going forward. But we think it might not be a trend, but we won't know until we watch it. We sometimes will do that. We will wait
So that
and
means
see.
you would have to, in fiscal year 26, come back and.
So that means when we start budgeting in 26, we'll be in 25.
Okay.
We'll go through 24. We'll see if that trend goes higher and higher. And then in 25, we'll see it again. And if it looks like that's here to stay for the 26 budget, you'll see it come into the 26 budget as a recurring item.
I got you. Okay. I want to come back to the mayor's team. I would like an answer on the DCPS central office numbers. While your team gathers that, it also appears that OSSI has completely eliminated the community schools program, which means 17 schools will lose funding and those wraparound services. What criteria did you use to justify that cut to the community schools program?
We do have a specific criteria that we use for all the programs that we considered. For that one in particular, we do look at where there are analogous other programs, and we talk to the agency about their view of performance. In this case, we have a connected school program that has a similar mission, but a different design and construction. And so we chose to sunset the community schools program, but maintain investments in the connected schools program.
Okay. I fear this is going to be a lengthy engagement, but I think it's worth asking. Obviously, the council enacted the school's first budgeting approach for the second year. Mayor, your team has not honored that. In fact, this year you reverse it. Can you just speak and provide your rationale behind why you believe your approach to funding DCPS is better than the school's first budgeting approach?
Well, this is my proposal. And it is mine alone to offer. You have it. You can put your emphasis and you can put your law and apply it the way you see fit. But I don't believe that the council has the ability to dictate to me my proposal.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now.
But having said that,
yes,
it's a great proposal.
The school's first budgeting approach.
No, I mean, that's one way to approach it. I think I don't want to get all into it. What I'm saying is the proposal before you, I think is responsible, sustainable. It invests at-risk funding in our students and puts the school's dollars where they belong.
I have been promised data that shows that DCPS's budget and funding approach is more equitable than the school's first budgeting approach. I've yet to get that. And so I would just say if your team could share
We're happy to have the
what evidence you're
DCPS
looking at.
personnel walk through it with you.
That would be great. As you know, DCPS is in talks with the Washington Teachers Union. Are you committed to securing a new contract by the end of fiscal year 24?
It takes two.
So the teachers union would say, respectfully, the chancellor is not coming to the table, both literally and figuratively.
We have negotiating teams at the table for all negotiations. As you know, they are led by our Office of Labor Relations.
Knowing that the district is in a tough financial space, I would just offer, as I've said to them, it may be worth exploring non-budgetary contractual things. And
I think that's where we've started, council member, with them.
okay, so your position would be that there's something wrong with the WTU's engagement.
I didn't say that,
So
but
when you
it is
say
par
how-
for the course.
What should I take from you saying it takes two?
Well, it takes two to make an agreement. I can't you all
Okay.
permit me just to send my proposal and you approve
Well,
it,
I
then
will
it'd be
say that.
over, but that's
I-
not how negotiations work.
Of course, I will say this. I think it goes without saying that our teachers deserve the very best. I know you agree with that. We should have never have let the contract expire. We have. And it is, I think, disrespectful to our educators for us to drag this process along. And I hope that we can come up with some agreement by the end of fiscal year 24, even if that's not all the things everybody wants.
Well, let me just say, I mean, no disrespect to anyone, especially our educators. But I will say, even at the end of the last negotiation, I had to talk to teachers one-on-one to tell them to get their leadership to the table and to an agreement. And as a result, we have a historic agreement. I mean, our teachers, when nobody was getting
That's right.
raises, got over 12% raises, I think, over a period of time. Which does put a lot of pressure on our school spending and on all our other contracts. And I should note that we have 37,000 employees and many
But
other.
teachers are also asking for things like planning time and making sure they can have their lunch and making sure that
Have they indicated to you they don't want to have a budgetary, a financial part of this negotiation? Because they haven't indicated that to us. So if you're suggesting that they just want to have, what do we call it, non-financial negotiation, we're happy to do that, non-compensation.
So I'm happy to, and if they are watching, I would say, knowing where the district is, we should take money off the table for now. That should still be a part of the negotiation. But by the end of fiscal year 24, why not come to an agreement about non-budgetary, non-financial items?
We'd be up for that,
Okay, great.
but they won't.
Okay. Well, I won't have time for another question, but I just will end by saying the council has its work cut out for us. And I want to thank you for being here all day, taking questions.
Well, I appreciate, and I want to thank you for being here all day,
Yes,
and
yes.
you for being here all day, and you for being here all day, and you, Mr. Chairman, and you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember Pinto. Well, I'm having a good time, but it's 4:14. We went through 2 rounds, which is what I had said. I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, for once again presenting in person and sticking around for 2 rounds this time, which I think was very useful, given that we did not have the usual order this year. As I indicated at the beginning, the committees start their hearings tomorrow through May 2nd, and committee markups will be the following week. And the first vote of the council will be on May 29th. Look forward to budget season. Thank you again. Thank you, Mayor, and your team.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you,
Donahue
team.
and
Thank
Vicky
you.
Reed, and thank you, Mr. Chief Financial Officer. I was going to ask you, when are we getting the budget books?
The 10th.
The 10th. And when was pencils down? All right, never mind. The time is 4:15 and this hearing's adjourned.